Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 17-part video series showing you how to create a Hyundai car dealership. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, drop down, and then select Architecture Template, and then press OK. So we start out at level 1. Here is the elevation tags. And before we start anything else, we should save. So let's save it to the location that we want to. So I'm saving it to the location that I want to. I put in the name car dealership. But before I click save, click on the option first. And then here, it's giving you maximum backups of 20. So basically, if you save, they're gonna be save number 1, 2, 3, up to 20. Most of the time, you do it if you're a beginner, so that you can go back to any save timeline that you did, and then you can recover the file. But for me, if you're intermediate or if you're good, you can put it at 1, or you could just put it at 5 just to be sure. So it's better to just keep it around 1 to 5. So now press OK and then click on save. So now that it's saved, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to architecture and then click on grid. Or you could type in GR. So if you type GR, you'll be able to add the grid line instantly. You don't need to click on the icon. And also it's faster if you gonna do it like that. So now we have the elevation tag right here, and most of the time we put it in the middle. So the grid line in the middle, so that our model is around in the middle. The reason for that is this elevation tag is the view, so that all our elevation will be shown to those specific elevations. So this is north, south, east, and west. So most of the time, if you need more room, you could just select that and then drag it along to where its axis is. So now I'm just gonna add this grid line first right here. It will create number 1 grid line like so, and then click at the top. You can press escape and then escape again. Now we have number 1 grid line right here, and if we just copy this, Revit will recognize the sequence, so it will create number 2, 3, and 4, depending if you're gonna put it on the left side or the right side. Most of the time it's on the right side. So now you can select that grid line, number 1, type in CO. So basically CO is copy. That's the keyboard shortcut. Or if you go in modify, this is the icon that you need to click. Usually you will need to click on multiply so that you don't need to keep on clicking copy. So here I'm just gonna check multiply so that I could instantly add multiple grid lines at the same time. So here, this is the number 1 grid line. I'm gonna select that again, and then I'm gonna drag it on the right side because I want it on the right side to be added. So now I can type in the dimension. So here I'm gonna put 11172. It will create number 2 grid line, 6746. Then next is 7015, 14535. And then here we need to add more space, so zoom out and then go on the right side and make sure this is 90 degrees. Nothing is creating that grid, that different degree sign there. So next, we are at number 5. Next will be 6th. So zoom out, put it on the right side. That's 1 4 4 3 4, and then 10 6 3 2, and then lastly 5 3 3 8. So we have all that grid line right here. We can press escape and then escape again. So we created 8 grid lines. And then now, if you notice, we have our east elevation right here. So we just need to select that, and then you can just drag it there. You can also move it if you want. So here we're gonna move this north. So you could use move command MV, or you could just drag it, depending on what you want, as long as you do it. So here, press escape, select that one, you could just drag it. So multiple ways to do it. So now let's do the horizontal grid line. For this one, I know we're gonna extend it a lot, so we're gonna start at the top right here and just going down. So type in GR again, that's grid line, and then here we go from right to left. So this is the left side, and we could just extend this west elevation later on. We could press escape and then escape again, zoom in, and then here from 8 it will start with 9. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that grid bubble, and then let's type in capital A. So from there now, Revit will recognize that, and it will create grid line A up to B once we add it again. Here I'm just gonna select that, and then I'm gonna move it a little bit on the left side, so we have enough space to work around here. So now let's select this A grid line, and then click on copy, and then multiple is checked already because that's the last thing that we did. So it recognized the previous selection that we did, so you don't need to check it again. Grab this one and then pull it below, and then now we start typing in 4947 8289 10766 12467 7925. Again, we're going to move some stuff right here. So here I mistakenly press escape, but don't worry, we could just continue again. So this is F going to G, so I'm just gonna select that again and then pull it down. So now it's 6679 7960 7782 7460 5830 6528 and 10561. So that's the last thing. It should be M grid line. And then now, as you can see, we need to move this south elevation, so I'm just gonna grab that and then move it right about here. And then here we could just center this out. This is around the center of the model, so I'm just grabbing it and then trying to center it so that the view will still see everything that is in front of it. Because if you leave the elevation tags right about here, if we do anything right here, if we create something, it won't see anything that's behind it. So now, if you notice, we need to pull this one down as well. So I'm gonna click on one of them. And if you notice, if you click one of them, it will have this dash on the bottom. So basically that dash on the bottom indicates that once I move this, everything will move. So that's very convenient for us because we need to move everything all at once. So that's good, and then that's what makes our life easy. So here I'm gonna pull this one up again as we're going to add in some dimension. So I'm just giving it some space in order for us to add dimension. So here I'm gonna click on dimension, align dimension, or you can type in DI. DI. Usually we add dimensions on every grid lines. So here I'm just adding each and every one of them, and then give it an overall. So as you can see, we added all of that, and then here we need to add all of them as well. So every dimension we need to add. And then pull it right here, and then give the overall as well. Zoom in, and everything is good. Everything is created too. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to go to our elevations. I'm gonna start by clicking on south elevation, and then from here, as you can see, we still need to fix some stuff. So here I'm gonna select that, and then I'm gonna move it right around here. I want my levels from the grid lines to be all crossing each other out. So here it was right here. We need to pull it out so that everything will be being seen. So now right here we're gonna have level 1 up to level 2 around 4,000. Select that. We could copy. So difference between copy. So here I'm gonna create a copy of level 2, and then we can type in at 4,000, and then level 3 was created, but it's not in our floor plan right here. So what we need to do again in order for that to show is view, and then here plan views, floor plan, and then here select level 3, and it will create level 3, and as you can see we have level 3 right there. Another way of creating levels, if we go to architecture, beside grid line or grid is level, so you can type in LL. The difference between this and that is here, once we add the other level, the only problem is that we need to add this one perfectly. So here 4,000, and then here we need to grab it and add it again. So here we have 4, 8, 12. Those are the heights that we need. Press escape, and the level 4 is already added. So those are the difference between copy and using level. Both has pros and cons. I usually like to create the copy command. It's because what if you have multiple levels like this one? It's very hard to just do it manually like that. Level by level, you need to click and click right here, to just add multiple. If you just do copy, it's very easy. You just need to copy. You can type it. You can even do array of that. So here we could select that one now. If you notice, one of the reason why if we go to level 3 and some of the grid line is not showing, the reason for that is if we go to your elevation, it's not crossing out on the elevation vertical and horizontal. So those grids are not crossing to the level. So if we pull this one up now, if we notice level 3, it has its elevation now. But if you notice, there's no horizontal grid line. Now we need to investigate other elevations. So probably in east elevation, this is not crossing out as well. So you need to fix that and pull that one. And then after that, if you check, so here in east, we need to pull it up again, pull it up, and if we check it, this will appear because everything is crossing out. So the only thing you need to do is double check each and every one of your levels, each and every one of your elevations, making sure that everything is crossing out. If not, just extend it so that every level, all the grids are showing. So now just double checking everything. South is good, east, north, and west. If we check level 3, everything is showing, and if we check level 4, everything is showing as well. So that's one of the reasons why some of you guys are messaging me, how come this is not showing. That's the troubleshoot or the solution for that. So now we opened so much already. I want to clean it out. So to clean it fast, you just need to select this one, close inactive views, and only the one that you selected is the one that is open. And then now if you want to add the grid bubble on the ends as well, the only thing you need to do is select each and every grid like that and check show bubble. The only problem with this is you need to do it individually like so. Haven't seen anything that has a solution, but at least once you do this, you'll be able to see all of your grid lines. You don't need to investigate what's your location, especially like this one. This project is massive, so we need all the help that we can get. We need all the identification, coordination that we have, so that once I say that, oh, you need to place this one on this grid line, you'll be able to add it instantly. So that's the only tedious part of this one, is by adding all those grid lines. And then unfortunately, it's not something that will be added on other levels, but you can do that by yourself offline. Maybe I'm gonna do that, but for now, at least it's something that I showed you how to do, and then it's up to you if you're gonna add it. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to set up the project. We started by adding grid lines, and then after that we added levels. So now we're gonna continue working on this. We're gonna start off by clicking on wall. It's under architecture, and then this is the wall icon. You can also type in WA, and then here once you click that or type it, you will have different kinds of preloaded walls that you have here. I know there's no more generic walls, so you might have something like this, and what you do is just edit type and then just click on duplicate and put in exterior wall number 1. Let's make this one capital. And then here you just need to edit type, and then basically the generic is only the core boundaries, structure, and core boundaries. Those are the 3 things that you cannot delete here. So here from exterior side you can delete it, and then once you come here it's grayed out, it's not selectable. But here once you select that, you'll be able to delete that. And then here you just need to set up the thickness. I'm gonna put in 200, and then for the material, let's put something white for now. So you could do gypsum, clad white, or even the laminate. So even the plaster you could just use that. So here let's set up the plaster, press apply, OK, and then OK, and then OK again, and then now we're ready to add our exterior wall. So here, let me zoom in. We have M1 right here. Let's start off by clicking M1. So from M1 up to and then click on up to M4. So select that, and then from M4 we're going to add 9632. So we're just adding 9632 on that, and then here we need to click right about until our K grid line, and then here again we're gonna click on number 6, so K6 grid line. But here we're going to add, so press escape, we're going to add a wall right here, and then from that wall we're going to set up the distance from the 6 grid line up to this wall. Select that, and then we want to put 3773. And then now we could trim and extend this one. So TR, type in TR. So that's basically under modify, and this is the icon. So we're just gonna trim that, and then it will be trimmed like so. And then after that, what we need to do is we need to go to our L grid line. So we're just going to put that one there, and then we're just going to extend this. So here we could select that one, and then CS. That's create similar. This is the icon on that. So basically once we have anything that we already added before, we can add it instantly by just selecting that and then CS. So here select that, and then we're just gonna add 2429. But you want to make sure that you're 90 degrees or you're straight. 2429, and then here what we need to do is just select number 8 grid line, right? So, and then after that go to H8. So our H8 is right here, and then close that off up to number basically around here. So it will give you a dashed line indicating that this is aligned. If not, what you do is you need to press escape, AL, so that's align. You can select this face and then up to this face, and then as you can see, you know that those are aligned. And then right now, if we select one of them, it's unconnected. What we need to do is select one of them, click on tab, it will select all of them. So select it again, so it will be selected, and then we just need to constrain it up to level 3. So it's up to 8,000 as well, but at least we constrain it to that level. It's not just hanging around at 8,000, it is something that is restricted on level 3. So that's what we need to do. And then after that, we need to connect this one as well. So for this one, what we need to do is we need to add it up to E grid line. So we just need to select E. So this is E. Select that one, extend it up to E. And then select that again, CS. We need to add it around here up to, this will be grid line 6. So grid line 6 is right about here. So just connect it there. So that's E6. And then now going up, that will be up to B6. So which is right here, B and then 6. Going back, this will be around number 5 grid line, and then go back, go up, so that will be A6, and then here we need to go to A2, and then going down, this will be at E again, so E2, going to E1, and then going down all the way to M1 again. And obviously this is not all up to level 3. Some of them will be on different levels, so we just need to add them on up to level 3 for now, and then once we're in there to fix things, we're gonna set that up in different level. So for now, just leave it like that. So our exterior wall has been added. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna start off by adding the interior wall, and then also what we need to do is we're going to add our garage door. Those are those rolling garage door that is needed in order for us to envision where all the cars are going, how things will work, how things will flow into our building. So here, this will be our showroom. This will be all new cars, and then also we will have used car area. This will be our used car area. This is where they're going to be all the cars from our clients will be entering. They will be checked on, and then this will be all service area as well. The new area, or the new this is what they call bullpen, is where they will showcase all the new cars. Salespeople will be there, manager rooms, and those kind of stuff will be there. It will have a mezzanine or a second floor, so viewing here, And then also right here is another service area. So most of the time this service area will be the ones that will deal with oil change, those simple maintenance problems will be dealt here. And then here is where they will have multiple day maintenance or multiple day car. So if you have a big problem with your car, this is where it will be going. They will have more equipment, and then they could assess more. So those are the things that I'm planning to do. They will have also like a wash bay area and those kind of stuff. So hopefully we'll be able to showcase all of them. And then now, like I said, let's click on architecture, click on wall. We have exterior wall right now. We need to add interior wall, so I'm just gonna edit type on that, duplicate, and then here instead of number 2 we will put interior wall number 1, and then press OK. Edit. We could change this one to something white again. I'm planning on just putting on gypsum wallboard. We could put plaster as well, but I just want to differentiate them just in case. Obviously for exterior wall we're gonna change the materials and those kind of stuff, so I just want the inside to be white for now, and then we're going to do something about that later on. So here we have our interior wall. Let's zoom in on this part. Like I said, this will be something that the car will enter here, service area, they're gonna be assessed, and then they're gonna be pulled out from here to the service bay 1 or 2. So here I'm just going to extend this. Luckily we're going to maintain the thickness of the wall to 200, so we don't need to align all of them, but it's easy to align. Just don't join them first, align them. You add the wall first if you're planning to put a different thickness. Add the wall first, align them to the face, and then after that join them. That's how I usually do it, so that everything is not crooked. So here I'm just extending those. I'm adding walls for that, and also for here we're going to add walls. So now one by one we're basically changing all of that. We're giving some portioning or the areas for each one, and then we have some right here. It will be a much more different area, as you know, we have some office, so private offices, so we will deal with that. And then here we just need to try and change all of this. I'm going to add this wall right here. This will need to be opened. And then here needs to be 6. So that will be 6, and then gonna be open afterwards. So for now we need to add a wall right here under I. So here an I, we need to add it from here all the way to the end, and then from here we're going to add in more. So let's just add it right here in the middle for now. I'm just basically assessing everything. We could have it right here. And then here under L, don't worry, I'm gonna give out all the dimensions, all the measurements. So I'm just trying to add those for now so that I could envision what we're going to do here. Okay. And we have wash base here. Under D, we're going to have some lines here. So I'm just going to add C1 to C5 and then D1 to D5. And then obviously we're going to have more right here. Let's zoom in here, and then under I, let's just add, we added already this one wall right here, CS. On that we're gonna add in another wall, vertical. Select that. It needs to be 2854. We could put 55, 2855, and then we will have the stairs here and also some of the washroom as well. And then here we need to have another wall. The wall should be 1600 from the other wall to give it some space. So this one should be 1600, and then this should be around 3100 for the size. Select the wall again and then add. This one should be all the way up to I, so we're gonna add those now. And then we will need to add a space for the elevator right here. So this elevator will be spaced out, and then here we will need to have a gap around 1225 for the gap there, and then this is all the way in the middle right here. CS, grab it there. This should be aligned from this wall. So this is number one wall. I want it to be around 15100, and then let's just trim and extend right here and then align that. And then here I just want it to be aligned right here and then clean off it. And then for this area I want to extend this part around 3000, sorry, around 2200 actually. So I'm gonna add in another wall right here and then select that, and then 2200 from this line, so that's J line. And then here I'm going to extend that. We could trim this off, and then we could just pull this one back off, and then select that CS. I want it to be around 3100 all together. So select that 3100, that's perfect. So just enough, and then select that again, CS, and then another wall right here. This is just around 1150. So 1150, just a small a small room, and then this will be the universal washroom, and then we could just pull this one up so that this is all opened, and then all of this will be all the first row of offices. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add exterior and interior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. And right here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna close this off. I'm gonna select this wall and then CS. And here it's around 5,000. Select this. I'm gonna put in around 2,000. And we can pull this one off and create this one. CS on this. We're going to divide this now, so I'm gonna add a wall right here, and this wall is around 1800, and I'm just going to push this one right about here, and then this one right there. This is just an opening, so I could open this one off. This is from the stairs going outside, going on this side and on this side. This is just an elevator right here, and then we're going to add walls right here, and we're gonna put it at 3,600 each. So copy 3,600, then 3,600 again, and here we're just going to leave this one at 42, around 4,300 for this, the last one. And then here supposed to be around 7,500 from this wall, 7,500 going there, and then we're going to add 2,600, 2,650 right here, and then just closing it off like there. And then we're going to have an opening here, so we could just trim this off like so, and then a wall opening here just for a small cafeteria right here, so we could just open this that one later on. This one is just a big office. It will be an open concept office, so we could just put in glass around or a wall opening as well. This will be another open office, and then here will be some of the cars that they're gonna showcase and the bullpens around it. This will be the universal washroom. Stairs right here. There's going to be another set of offices around at the back right here, and also right here. And then now let's add in one more here. This will be around, I'm gonna set this one right here at this, so right here I'm gonna grab that. This will be around 6,400 And for the depth, I want it to be 2400. Sorry, 4800. And then close it off. This will be 11128, and this will be the storage, equipment storage for this area. And we're gonna give it some space, some opening. And then here we will also have another set. This will be around 3000 depth. Going around here, we're going to create some opening right there, another office. And then here will be this will be an area for some customer to ask. So we will have this one around 2000, and then here we will have 1600, and then this will be 1600 as well. So you guys can follow. And another washroom right here beside the, we will have stairs right here on this side. So select here, I'm gonna connect this one right here, and this will be 6600. And the thickness, I'm going to select this one and put it right there. It should be around 2300. So here we could actually just move this one right about here, and then we could actually just align this one so that it's easier, and then we could just divide them all together. This one, let's just make it 1500. We have enough space here for some customers to come in. CM CS, this will be 65 70 right here. And then we could have a washroom right here, and we could put it at 3650. And then we just have some space here. We could pull this one out. This will be around 3500 right there. So we have enough space to go around. I'm gonna open this one out like so, just halfway of this CS, and then give it some space around 2000 so that we could have a door there. This one should be around 1300, and then we could go outside here and then here as well. And we're just going to have some storage around here. We have enough space, so just put it 3500 and then just close it off. So you could just align it from this wall, and we're good on that. So in order for us to visualize it properly, I would like to add a door. So let's go to insert, load family, and then click on doors. Let's just use commercial for now, and let's see if we have something that is good for now to add. We could do like this one, full tilt, click on open, select everything, hold on shift and select below, and then press OK. It's just saying that, are you sure you want to load everything? And yes, we are. We could just type in DR, and then 750 is the one that we can add right now. Let's do 900 by 2000. So we have an opening here, a door opening right there. Let's add in garage later on, but here we have a storage, so we could just add it right here. Fortunately, we need to align it right here so that we have access. So here we need to be consistent with the spacing. So we have storage there, we have an access right here, and then another access right here on this side, and then another exit door right here. We have the elevator right about there, and then the office, we're going to just simply add doors so that you guys can visualize what I'm trying to do here. The location of the offices, and then here we have opening for here and another office right about here, and then we have washroom right here, opening or exit door for the stairs right here, and then here to have it on this side, and then there's a stairs here. We have an opening door right about here, and then let's put in a garage there, garage door. We have a door right here. I'm going to select that again to change the size, so to make it smaller, and then select here CS. We have an open wall opening here, so I'm gonna select that, click on that. We have wall opening here because we could have a kitchenette here, and then another wall opening, select here. This is just a wall, an open basically an open area, open office, and then here we could just select here and then just add a door for the washroom. So I'm just double checking what are we missing here, double checking everything. If we added enough, we will also have washroom for the lounge here because we have a lounge area right about here. This is around 7,000. Let's put it all the way to 4L. So here from this side of the wall to 4L, and then here let's just add a wall again. This wall is up to 2243. Close it off like there, and then another one connecting that 155. Let's make it 1560, and then just an opening there. Select that, click on open wall, and we could just add an opening there, and around 3600 opening, and that's just for the individual washroom. So we're gonna add it there, and this one is around 4,800. So we're just gonna divide that. We're going to add walls right there and walls there. Select all of them. I just want it to be at least 23, 24, I believe. Yeah, around 24. So that's good enough. So those are the washroom for the lounge area, and then here we could just have an opening for the lounge, and then select that TR, and then we could just select it again to create an wall opening. Select here, wall opening again. So those are just some openings for the wall. It's not close, but there are walls there, and then we could add in some pillars later on. So later on as well, why not let's add the seating here. So go back to the main, go to furniture, seating, and let's add this kind of seating right here, CM. So add Gorbo seating, and then let's just add multiple of those. And then here as well, we could just add right here, and then here in front of it. And then we're going to add some end tables, and then here is where some seating as well. And then let's add seating here. There we go. And then we're going to add some doors, or we could add doors now. And then let's insert the garage door. Since we're here already, click on door, and then let's look for garage door. Let's see if we have it right here. I don't think we have it, only in residential, but we could just use that for now. If we find a better one, we will use it. So for now, let's open this CM, sorry, DR for door, just it's a system. And then we're going to add it on the other side, going right there. So we're gonna space it out, and let's see how big this one is. I'm gonna make sure to change the width. Instead of 2400, let's make it 3000 for now on all of them, so that the spacing, there's enough spacing to go around. We can push this one right here, and then let's leave some space on the side here. And we could also have a door here. And then a door right here on this side. Let's add the overhead as well right here. I'm planning to add a car so that we could just see how it looks. There we go. So everything is aligned all together. Using your align AL, you can align them all together. So let's stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in interior walls, and then we added doors already and then some furniture. We also added the garage door and aligned them all together. Here, I'm just gonna select that again. And as I remember, we have a garage. We need to add a garage door right here for the equipment storage, and also we're gonna add in more later on. For now, I'm just going to add all of this. I want to make sure that this is all these walls right here from the interior should be up to level 2 only. I made a mistake on adding all of them up to level 3. So I'm just going to deselect all the doors for now, select all of them, all the ones that is in interior, because we need to set up the height properly. So there we could filter this actually. So uncheck this furniture and then only the walls, so it's a lot easier than just adding that. So here I'm just going to undo this up to level 2, except actually this wall. This wall is for level 3. So that's the only problem. You can just do this, filter it, uncheck, click apply, and then you can uncheck this one as well, and then you could just change the base to and the top offset. So that's the only thing that you need to do. So right now, actually this we might change as well, but that's something that we're gonna do later on. So here, click on load again. We need to add in a car, so we could go to entourage. We have a Beetle car right here that is already available, so why not just add them? CM, we're just going to add cars right here at the moment so that we could see how things work. Copy that, then just add multiple cars onto this, and we could just actually move them all together like that, and then see how it looks. There we go. So at least space it out. We could just add this one right here to showcase all the things that we have. We have something like here, car there. We could showcase, we could use one of this, so the space bar, if you have an angled anything angled, you could use that actually. So click that, and then we could just drag it from here. We could showcase that, select CS, different angles again. We could have it right here, right there, so different car layouts. I'm just using the angle that they have here in the car and using that to play around, and using my space bar to just move it. So now here we could just select this wall again. This is up to level 2, CS, and I'm just going to close this off. We could just move this one right about here and then put in a garage door as well. CS, there, a garage door there, and a garage door. So we could just have it like that. We need to add some doors right here. CS, add door for the washrooms. There we go. So those are for the washroom, and then we will have some open space right here as well, and then some ball pens right here. So we'll add some desks. Let's add in the plumbing. So go here to the main, go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have water closet. Let's add in the toilet. Click open, CM, and then let's add the toilets all together. And then here as well we have one right here and then one right here. And then in terms of the sink, let's add the sink. So go back here, sink, let's do a square, vanity, CM, let's add it right here. And then the sink right there and right here. So we have enough area right there. And then we're going to showcase the stairs and the offices by adding more information. I believe it's much easier to just add those offices so that we could show how it looks, how the layout feels, and those kind of stuff. Because by just adding this, it's not giving us the visual of what are we doing here. So might as well just add all the furnitures, and then it will help us visualize everything, and then it will prepare us for the rendering part. Okay, so we're just adding some, and then here we're going to add, this will be all glassed. Obviously this is the showroom, so we could add in, click on wall, curtain wall, and then we're going to add curtain wall all the way onto the corner right here. Make sure you're in the inside, so you need to click on spacebar, and then here on this side as well we need to add all the way right here. And then now you just need to go to modify, cut geometry right here. You need to select the wall first and then the curtain wall, and then here in the corner we need to remove all these walls, so we just need to overlap them, And then what we need to do is just move this one all the way back just a little bit. We don't want the wall to show up, and then here we just need to move this one, make sure that it's not over the wall. There we go. That will look nice, and everything is connected. This is just a wall. We could do a 3D to see how it looks. At least this is the look that I'm trying to visualize right here. And then here is the opening. Those are openings, and those are offices. So we need to add in, I believe we have the table right here now. So the desk, so let's use this one. I believe it's good enough size, I believe, for the, we could just change it to the student one. So right there, I'm gonna add one, and then copy paste it to add on all. So click here, load family, and then go back to furniture. So go to the main furniture again, and then here let's go to seating. Let's use this executive CM on that. Let's add it right about there, and then let's go back again to insert, load family, and add the other one, the desk. Or we could just add this one, CM, and then add something like that, and then copy this onto this corner, so that we could just keep on copying multiple of that to this area. And then here we could just add it and then rotate this 180, and then just add it right here. So that's perfect. And then here we need to add in some coffee area. We could extend this one a bit. We could put this one at around 3500 instead. I want some spacing there. As you can see, we can clearly move this one. So more spacing to add in the countertop, fridge, and those kind of stuff. So just a simple kitchenette, 16 right there. For this, because this is a washroom for disabled with disability, we can add it there so that they have enough room for their wheelchair here. So I'm just designing it like that. We can add in annotate, detailed line, thin lines to represent the top right here, and then we need to do that on the rest. Just a simple line just to represent that. And then let's just align it there. And then at the same time right here as well, detailed line, and then for the kitchenette, let's add this one, and then I want to add a demolish line to indicate there's some shelvings at the top right here. And then also, let's go to insert, load family. We're gonna add in the fridge. So specialty equipment needs to be added. Domestic, high-end, fridge, let's add 1 cm. Let's add the fridge right here. And then I don't want that label to show. Edit type, select that edit type, uncheck that. And then let's add another top right here for the countertop. And then right here as well, to represent something at the top. So at least everything is looking good. We could just copy this again, CO to copy, and then add it right here and to this side. We can do it back to back. Or we could just space it out properly. It's an open concept anyway, so they have enough space to walk around. And then this one is in the middle. And then we will have some tables around. This will be for the bullpens, so they will be around the area right here. You could have them one right here, so CO, so RO actually, to rotate, so 90 degrees on that. We could add it right here in front, and then right here again, so spacing. And just space them around so that they don't look cramped in one area. Then we could just copy one of this again, so we have something like that, and it doesn't feel crowded as well right here. We're gonna put something here, CS table. I'm just going to add another table beside, just to represent this one is to represent the reception desk right here. And then we could add in one more right here, or around this area, and then rotate it, because the visual for some is much better to visualize all the all of this that they're trying to sell. CO right here in the middle. So that's looking good. Everything is looking proper. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in furniture as well, even cars. And now we're going to continue working on this. We're just keeping adding all of this. We're going to copy this as well. And we're going to add it onto this side. And then just move this one just a little bit on this side so that it doesn't feel like it's cramped. And then here we're going to add some stations. We're going to add it on this side as well, but we could just add, we're going to add a smaller like that, and then just copy this along. 4 of them. Want to make sure that it's not overlapping. Okay, and then now just copy this one over right here. So we have a station there, and also we're going to add in some table right here. I'm just going to use my detailed line in order to show, because we have a table right here that we could just add in. So we could just put in some lines to represent those. There we go. And then this is just a table for that, for the back. Then we could just copy this, CO, that's 1000 every space. And then let's just leave it like that for now, and at least you can see that we have something right there. So now let's go back, let's go on this side. We're going to add in an overhead right here as well, and then here on this side we're going to add an overhead door right here, and then right here. At the same time, we're going to add in an interior wall right here. This should be around 3700 from the wall right there. So that's perfect. And then we're going to add in another wall, 2000. And then here, this will be around, so I'm gonna add multiple. This should be around, yeah, 2800, and then this should be 2700. And then let's add a wall right here, 3400. So we have something that looks like this. Let's trim this out. And then we could just move this one right here all the way there. CS, this is around 3500 right here, and we could just push this one right about here. This one is right here, and then this one should be around in the midpoint, 3000 right here. Because this one, this area, we're gonna keep on open like that because we're going to add some kitchenette right here. So we have something that looks like here, and this will be an office. At the same time, we will have some space right here to move. Actually, what we can do here is we can extend this one. This will be around, we could put it here onto this number 6 grid line, and then just move this one 9000, and then have this one, we need at least 1500, and then this one should be 3200, this one 1500, and just a little bit right there, 8600, and then pull this one back so we have some space right here. Put this one right here to this wall. Let's move this one so that we have some space right here. Let's put 1400. And then 1300 right there. And then split this one SL. So we have space there, and we have some kitchenette right here. So we could just put in fridge. Let's align that, EL. Right there, and then just use the same lines, detail line, and then lines to have something like that. And then add the doors. Like there, right there, and then right there. This should be right here. And then we need a toilet right here, and then a sink right here, and then the line as well. And then because this is an office, we need some desk, so we could just copy this one, copy that, this one there. Copy it onto that corner, and then this one should be facing the other way, 90 degrees, and then move it onto the wall. And we could have a car there, and then another. We could flip this one, but it needs to be like that so that we can push cars out from here as well. And then we need to add cars, so we need to add cars like here. And then we need to sort this one right there, and then like that, and then like this. And then in terms of door, we need to add a door right here, and then a door outside here as well. And then let's pull this one back. We need to align this wall right here, CS right there. This is around 4800, and then 6800, and then here let's just space this out. So I'm just eyeballing this one, enough space to move around here. And this will be all similar to this, a curtain wall. So let's add a curtain wall right now, adding it there, there, and then also right here. You want to make sure that you're from the inside and leave some gap from these corners. And then here we will just connect them all together, similar to what we did. So select, once you select cut geometry, select the wall first and then the curtain wall. So wall first and then curtain wall. And then here is the task that we need to do. We need to delete all the walls, so only the curtain wall will show. To do that, we need to right there, and then we need to move it. There we go. We need to push this one on the side, so that's perfect enough. You want to make sure that we still have enough space there. And then here we need to push this one now, going down. I think that's good enough. And then we're gonna add mullions on all of the sides as well. This will be another storage area, so we could just add a door right here or an overhead door. So that's another storage for that area. And then we need to add the stairs in order for us to show This is supposed to be open, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this thin wall, and then this will show like that, and then we need to add chairs for this area. So those are the advisors. They will need to advise and then we could have storages as well here if we can. Actually, there's another thing that we could add here is an elevator. So another elevator, we need to add around 2700, and then here we need to add, for the size here, we need to add 2700 as well. And then let's see if we could add a door here, just a door for the elevator, or we need to add, because I remember I have some doors as well. So I will provide this link. This will be in the second this will be second link from part 1 description. So just download elevator door, and once you download it, you just need to drag and drop. Once you drag and drop, you can just add the elevator door, something like that. And then here, this one is a bigger door. So here we could just edit type, duplicate, opening, and then here we could just change the width. We could put it as 2000. And then as you can see, we have an elevator door there. The only thing you need to do is just add detailed line, thin line again, and just add X so that it will refer to a shaft, an opening there. So that's how you put an elevator information on those. And then here, let's just add stairs. So click on stairs. I want it from level 1 to level 2, and then add it just an L shape. Before we add that, let's close that again, click on stairs. I want it to be equal, so maybe 18 is good enough. Press OK, and then we're gonna add, so we have 18, so 9 each. So 9 created, and then 9 remaining. And then here we could just click finish, and then let's add our stairs right there, and then let's add another stairs right here. So same thing, 18, click apply, press OK. It will create 9. You can see it right there. It's a little bit grayed out, but as you can see, we created 11, 10, and then 9 riser created and 9 remaining. So that's how easy it is to add or to create stairs. And then here we just need to do some spacing. So let's space it a little bit there, and then click finish. And then here we could just move this one right about there. In terms of spacing, it's not good enough, so why not just add a little bit more, 2500 right here. And then we could just move this one right there, just to have a little bit more spacing from our stairs right there. And if you want to align it, you can align it to make it easier for you guys. And also right here, what I'm planning to do is, um, in some car dealership they have multiple peoples right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this. They also have advisors right here. Select this one, edit. Let's duplicate this and then just make it the depth width to be around 1000. So small enough to have some computer, so small enough desk, and most of the time they have it on either side, and then we could just have it right there. So that's good enough. We have some space. They could review. They could ask the customer what they need to do on their car, check their schedule, and so on. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start this part. Now, the only thing that we need to do is we need to add a vestibule. So I'm gonna use wall. So that will be interior wall, and then we're just going to add a vestibule right here. So we're gonna box this in. So even though this is glass, it will be connected there. So that's connected right about here. Not too much, but we're still gonna connect that. I'm just using my arrow key as it's not working with me for now. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. And then here as well, interior wall, we're going to add a vestibule right about here. So this is around 3600, and then we could put it at 1800. It's because we're going to add in double doors right here as well, and here. So for now, let's just add that. This is around the L grid line, and then this is L and the 6 grid line. So L and 6. So just do it like that, and you'll be able to just add those. We could select those and then make it as a curtain wall. And then let's add in curtain doors there once we add the grid lines. So here we're going to able to just add it later on, and then we need to fix all of this so that it's not showing too much. Select this one and then push this one a bit. Select this grid. So that's good enough. So we're gonna add a vestibule there, and then 2 doors, so double doors. We're going to add a door right here to access there, and then also what we're gonna do is we're going to add some tables around here. So even though it's used car, they still need some salespeople. So we're going to just put it around here. We could rotate it if we want to. Just rotate this 190 degrees like that, and then here as well. rotate this one 90 degrees. And then just move it on the side here. And then same here, we're going to have some reception area right here. And then here, let's rotate this one on this side. And then just add it on this area. Then here, delete this, and then just add this one right about there. So I'm happy with what we've done here. The next thing that we're going to focus is the service department, which is this side, where some of the maintenance service will be added. One thing is we're going to add a bigger garage door. So here I'm going to select that, edit. This will be duplicated, and instead of the width 3000, we're going to make this one 6500. So a little bit bigger. So there we could have it, we could use this space and then add this one on this side as well. So right there we have where the service department, the cars will enter and go, and then here is where the cars will be parked, will be lifted, and then so now what we're gonna do is create like a car. So we're gonna add a car, and then we're going to add the lift. So in order to add the lift, what I'm gonna do is we're just going to use detailed line. So go to annotate, detailed line, and then this will be thin lines, and we're just going to easily add some lines right here. And don't worry, we're going to mirror this, so we will have the same look as the other. Like that. We're just basically adding some details. And then here as well, we're going to add details right here. And then we're going to have something like that. Then we could just delete this and just connect this one right there. So something like this can be added, and of course we're going to add, what we're gonna do is we're going to create a group for this. Because I just don't want it to be just simple. I want also this one to be repetitive, so we could add it on all of them, on all sides. And then here I'm just gonna copy that, mirror, and then add it like that. This will be on the middle right here. Delete. Just gonna delete this, and then add another line right about here in the middle. So something like that, and I want it to be in line here just to give it some depth. And then pull it right there, or we could just trim this one. Something like that. We can pull this one. And move this one right there. And then now we just need to mirror this. So just use this mirror draw axis. Let's add it there, and then copy all of them except for the car. And then after that, go to annotate, and then here we have a detail group. Click on drop down, create group, and then this will be lift, car lift. So that's the drawing of the car lift. And then as you can see, this is something that we could just copy paste. Here is the car lift detail that we created. Obviously we're just gonna copy this. We're gonna rotate this. The car needs to be facing front like this, and then here we could just copy all of them like that. We need to put some space, so around 4800. So let's put this one on this side, 4800. There we go. So we have a good spacing right here. And then obviously we're going to add some cabinets right here in front of them. Those are the toolboxes. And then here we could just copy it from the middle right here. So it will be added on the other side as well. So those are the lift, car lifts. And then let's create the detail for the storages in front. Very simple, just rectangle for now. I should have just created one generic as well, and then just copy paste that, but let's just create this one like so. And then just quickly add those. Then we have another detailed. And then we could just have a door right here. CS on that. And then door. Something like that. Obviously we could just mirror this. And then let's just select that. CS. There we go. That's good enough just to go in the front. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to select all of this and do the detail as well. So annotate, create group, toolbox, and then just copy that in front of each one of them, and then maybe I could just mirror this again just to make it fast. And then copy all of them. And then mirror again from the base here. And there you go. We have a lot of information added, and that's very nice because at least we know that we have incorporated a lift here to represent the lift car for the car. I'm also going to create the access right here, so I'm just gonna flip it on this side, so at least we have space for this one to enter, and luckily we have enough. And then here some chairs right there. We could and then we could just have something to represent something here, like a table. Or we could just have a door right here as well, so that we could access this space as well. We don't need to go around. So that's good. Then I'm just double checking everything that we have done to see if we miss anything on this side. And then we need to have access here, so a door on this side, and then a door on this side. So we have some exit doors. And the next thing we do is we need to add some garage door right here. So these are the wash bay, so we need to flip this on the other side, so we have something to enter right here. So there's 3 bay for the wash bay, and then we have those ones. And then this is service bay as well, so we have a wash bay and a service bay. And then here what we have is we have some space. We need to add the storage right here, wash bay storage. So select an interior door or interior wall, CS, and it's around this lane right here. It's around 4,000 and then 5,000 right here. This line is at number 4 grid line, so it needs to be at the center right there. So remove this, CS, and then right here, and then trim this out. And then let's add in a door, same door. You can have something that looks like that. And then in terms of the detailed, we could just put in some drums right here, so some circles that will represent the drum, the chemicals that they're gonna use, the soap right there, and then some of this CO. Grab it from the corner right here. There we go. And then we could just put some information there, and then they will all go out from here. So we need to have access there will be some offices here, and then some lifts as well. Here I'm just going to move this one a little bit, space it out properly, because we still need some space right here. And then we're going to add some cars right here to represent those. I'm just gonna double or copy this, and then why not add some details right here. So I'm gonna use spline and then thin line. Those are annotation lines. We're going to just simply add something like this to represent the cleaning. So I'm just doing this one, extending this. And then we're gonna add in some detailed lines again. We could just do demolish again, and that will represent some cars being cleaned by a machine. Copy that, add it right here in the middle. So I'm happy with what we have here. As you can see, we are showing some sign of progress, and we did the service department, service bay, and then the wash bay as well. And then everything is looking good. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the service bay, and then the wash bay, and then the wash bay storage. Now we're going to continue working on this. Specifically on this area, we're going to create a lift, and then some parts room, and then sprinkle room, electrical room, and so forth. So now I'm gonna select the interior wall, CS, and then here we're just going to close this off. We can add in the tool room right here, and then we're going to extend this one. We're going to have around 1500 from here, so that we could have some exit. And then for the sprinkle room, we're going to have it as around 2200, but the height will be changed, so this will be around 5000. And then we're going to extend this one again, and we will have around 3300 for the electrical room. And then we're going to have some space here for parts, and then for advisor as well. So here we're going to have this one extend around 3500 and then close it off right here. We'll have parts there, and then we could close this off. So this one we could trim and extend, and then we could have some areas here for washroom. So CS on that. We're gonna have closed right here, and then we could have this one open like that, and then we could give this one around 1500 and then pull this one back, and then we're going to have this one trim off, and then this one trim off. So SL, so split and then trim on those. And then with this, we could just maybe extend this. We could just add a door right here. So let's just add this one. We have some part storage here, a door right here. We have an office here, washroom, and then electrical rooms and sprinkler room will be located right here. We could have this one facing this from the outside, and then we also have an exit door right here, and then we'll have an area for right here. We could also have this one to have a curtain wall. So on this spot, on this area, so click on wall and then curtain wall, CS. So just click it right here, curtain wall right here, and then pull it back right there. Just go to click modify and then cut geometry. And then here we're going to add in the garage door again right about here, so that it could exit the cars right here. So we could basically just copy this so that we know that this is an exit for those. So we're just giving out some of that there. I know we have some walls here, but we're probably gonna knock that off because this is another area, service area, and then repair area as well. And then we're going to add some areas here for customer lounge, and then here, like I said, we have some parts, and then tool room, we're gonna add those. I think the best way is just to add the door right here. We could also have a garage door for the tool room, so that it's convenient enough to have it spaced out. So we have a door and then a garage door, in order for them to just take those out right here. And then maybe it's a good idea to put some room tags in order for us to determine each and every one of them. For this, we could have the cars right here. So let's delete this walls now, and then we could just add more of this, and then we're going to delete the area, or have those boundaries for the for those. So I'm just gonna copy so that we know that this is the one that the cars enter to. And then we have some stations right here that will repair. So it's like an assembly line of cars. And then at the same time, we're going to add doors right here. AL. We're going to align them. And then here, we're going to close this off. So CS on this, we're going to add a wall here and also another wall right here. We're just basically creating a garbage room right here in the middle. So CS, this will be around 6,000. I know this is too much, but we have this space, SL, and then we're going to trim this out. And then here we have our car wash right here. And then we're gonna have the same garage door. And then I'm probably going to add some detailed lines right here. So thin line. So this one is just to represent the car wash. And then here we have the car wash path right here. And then we could add in something like that, and then the rollers on the side. So just as a big circle to create those rollers. I'm gonna copy this and I'm going to add it on that. And then CS on this. We're gonna connect them all together. And I think that's good enough. Simple lines, simple squares and circle, and then it will just give it some detail there. If we want to add in more, we could put in filled region. So this filled region will give some hatching, and then I think this is good enough if we could just add this one right about here. So just a little bit more information, a little bit more hatching, and then here garage. So garbage, and then we're gonna put in some right here. so that they could access the garbage onto this side. We're going to align them, and then we could have in a door as well. We're going to add a door right here on the side, space bar, and then we could have a door right here as well, and then a door here in the middle. So we have those opening, and then let's have an opening right here, and then we could have another detail line to represent the big those big garage containers or garbage containers. So I'm happy with that. Then car wash bay, and then some service and repair examination, car examination or whatever. And then we will have the sprinkler room and some service area here. We could put in some lounge, so we're gonna add some chairs right here, and push it right there. And then we could have this one as well. Copy, and we could just add it right here. Could have the office. Small office, but it's good enough. And then we could have a washroom here. So I'm using CS, and then just adding those right there. Selecting those. CS again, and then some lines. We're going to use some lines. And then we could have some of this right here. And then let's go to our 3D, and I want to double check all the walls right here. I just want to select each and every one of them by holding on Shift or Control, and then selecting each and every one of them. I want them to be set up at top constraint level 2, and then we're going to add basically a wall there, or sorry, a roof there. and then this one should be at the same thing as well, just level 2. And then we're going to just make it smaller on this part, or we're just going to have that one added on here at the same thing, level 2. This one you can leave it like that, but the garbage level 2 is fine. So that's done, and then we're gonna leave some of this will be a little bit smaller. So I'm going to select all of this. This will be level 2 as well, and then we're just gonna leave it like that. And then here we're going to have a second floor. So before we do that, we need to add in floors around here. So let's go to architecture, click on floor, edit type, duplicate. Let's put in floor number 1. Press OK, edit, change it to 200, and then the material. And then here we could just go and add in some of the flooring right here, or we could add in stone. So either way, I'm gonna put stone, and then most of the time this are concrete. I'm going to just put it from the inside like that. And as you can see, I'm just adding it area by area for now, because it's easy to change that one later on. And then let's trim and extend here. And then trim and extend right here. And then let's add this one as well onto this side. So just one big floor, and then we can always change this later on. So that's how I usually add floors on this kind of big project. Everybody's squared anyway, so might as well just add those and then trim it out later on. I'm going to delete this part, align this one and from the inside, and then trim this one right here. And then trim this one right here. And then if we miss anything, Revit will let us know. Here we could just delete this one, and so that we could just extend this, and then we could just trim this and trim that, and align this one right here, AL, align it from the inside. So once you're done, click on finish, and we have our floor added. And then we could just change up all of this later on. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the floors and we added all these areas right here. And then now what I'm planning to do is add in or tag in all the rooms in order for us to see all the rooms that we created, and then at least we could assess what we've done. So now I'm gonna start at the top here. So I'm gonna click on room, and then it's under architecture. So I'm gonna tag this one and also this garage. We're going to divide this area and also this area as well. So in order for us to divide this big area right here, we're gonna click on room separator, and then we're gonna separate it from this area right here. So there's gonna be 3 of this, and then we separate everything. So from this above right here, and then we're gonna separate again on here. So the middle right here, we're going to separate it. And then now click on room again to tag this area. And then here, let's tag here, and then here as well. And then once I tag here, let's add in the names. So start off right here. This will be car wash. Make sure it's capital. This will be garbage. So in Canada, all the garbage should be located in the garbage room. So we insist of having rooms for all the garbage. That's one of the reason for that is for all the insect animals like raccoons, so they don't they just don't do messed up all the garbage around. So here in Canada, our country is very environmental friendly. And then here we're going to put repair planning department. We have a service area here, service 1, as we have a lot of service area right here. And then we have a wash bay right here. We have tool room, wash bay area or storage. We have the sprinkler, room, and then we have electrical room right here, and then we have office, we have washroom 1, and then we have lounge slash advisor. So that's basically this area. Let's add in more information right here onto this area. So we need to go back to architecture, click on room, and select this room right here, and that will be service department. And then let's tag this one. We have a lift here, and then another lift, and then we have storages right here, and then we could have click here, and we need to room separate those, and then some office. Stairs number 1 and 2 right here, and then another office. We need to separate this one and then this. And of course this area needs to be separated as well. And then we have this area as well. So as much as possible, I'm just adding all of this right now, and then eventually we're going to add and separate them. So for example here, I'm gonna select room separator. We can separate it from here to here, and then right here to this area, and then we could just separate this one right here. Okay, so let's check if this has been separated, which is separated. This is washroom, this is your lounge, and then now let's put this one right here, service department, and then after that we have equipment room right here, lift number 1, and then we have lift number 2 right here. We have stairs number 1 as well here, and then another stairs right here. So that's stairs number 2, and then washroom number 2. We need to separate here, so room separator, and let's separate it right there so that we can tag this room. And then this one is corridor, and then this one is storage, we have janitor right here, washroom number 3, and then we could separate this again, so room separator, and then I want to separate this one as well because we have enough room, and then this one as well we can separate this. This is the kitchenette, and then here's the showroom right here plus the bullpen. Showroom / bullpen. and then we could have a vestibule here and washroom right here. So here we have a washroom showroom presenter. Most of the time you could use this for when a client is receiving their car, and then they could provide them a private room so that they could take a picture, put in some of the ribbons and those kind of stuff. So that's the one that I wanted to add there. This is office. And then another open office right here. We could put kitchen, and then here office, we could put office 1, and then we could just copy and paste. And then we have manager right here, and then we also have we can also have service manager right here. We have the sales manager here. Service manager, and then advisors for the service. We have washroom there, and then we have lounge, and then we have lounge, or we have open office as well here. This one, assessment, so they could assess their car. This is the used car showroom / bullpen. Storage, and then we also have offices right here. Office 1, washroom number 3, office 2, and then sales manager right here. Used, and then car entrance. And this one is client washroom. So we could just add those information. Then here we could just delete this one. We don't need that. So we could just delete this line. It could be just a lounge area as well. So we don't need to tag that. We could put service. And then here we have lounge and advisor as well. We're just cleaning it up so you can grab it there. Then office, repair, car wash, garbage room. I think we have all of them for the first floor. And then now let's click on level 2. We're gonna try and add some. So let's click on right here. If your underlay is not turned on, what you can do is go to your properties and then just put your base to level 1 so that you can see the layout for level 1. That's very important because we're trying to add rooms at the top right here. So now I'm gonna select this interior wall, CS on that, and then we're going to add, because we have stairs here, obviously we need to go from that stairs. So we're going to mimic the lift as well. And then here, what's the difference is we will have a bigger room. So basically the one at the top will be open right here. So we're going to put this one all the way right there, and then here we're going to have, we're gonna need to close this off, and then we need to align the one that's below. So AL, align it right here. So for this one, I want it to be at least 2000. So 2000 is the gap. So that's perfect. I'm just gonna extend this one all the way right here, and then we're gonna keep this one until here, because we're going to extend this one. We basically want a bigger room for here, so we're gonna close this off like that. This will be looking like this, and then we also need this area right here, because this is the second floor and we need to close this off. So I'm just using this area to have, so as you can see, I'm just redoing what we did below, and you want to make sure that you're aligned perfectly. And as you can see, this one is perfect enough, and we just want to align everything and then join them all together. And the only reason we have here is we need to close this off, because we need the lift again right here, and of course we're gonna have the door again, and then this one we need to align as well. So you want to make sure to use align before you're connecting it, so everything is aligned from below to above. And then here we could have our training, our meeting rooms, and our boardrooms. So those are, so we're gonna maintain the 2000 from this, okay, and then CS, and then add that one, 2000 as well. So 2000 for all the corridors, and then we're going to close it off right here. So our meeting and training will be here as well. So maybe we could use this as training, and then we have this one for meeting. So this is the third. So the third wall from the left side. And then we're going to add in CS, and we could just copy this one. This room will be an office again, and then we're going to have a washroom right here, like that. So obviously we're gonna open this one up, and then some offices. So we're going to extend this. We're going to have meeting, and then another meeting room right here. And I'm just making it easy for us because the rooms are pretty much straightforward. So here, SL, we're going to just trim it, trim and extend, and trim and extend right here. And then this spacing is more than enough. 1300 is more than enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add in the room tags, and then we started adding the second floor. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I'm planning to do is to add doors so that we know where to go and we can visualize. So here I'm just gonna add it right there. So underlay is still turned on. If you go to your properties, you can turn it on by putting in the range base level to level 1, and then as you can see, you can still select, for example, the door, and then you can click on or type in CS, and it will basically add, you'll be able to add it instantly, and because of that, it will make your life easy. So for example, here I could add the door for the elevator, and then I just need to go to annotate again and then click on detailed line. And then here we could just add in a big X right about here, indicating that this is open below. And then you can even add a text. So we could add a text right now. So here I'm gonna select this, and then we could put open below, and then it should be all caps. So I'm gonna highlight everything and then select here. We can make this one bigger. If we go to drop in, we have 7 millimeters right here, so we could just add that. If you don't have, you can select that, edit type, duplicate, and then you can just change it from here. So whatever you change here, that's your name. So for example, you want 8 millimeters, duplicate, put the name 8 millimeters, Arial, which is the font, and then here you could just change it. So that's how you create text, and then you could change it as well. So here I could just add this text right here, because once we turn off the underlay, it won't be able to see this. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it there, and then let's again add all the doors. So here I'm gonna add a door right here. We will have the meeting room, or we could have the boardroom right here. We have an office right here, and then we have a washroom right here, and then another rooms that we could add. And then here we could just add the door right about here, and we could add one door as well right here, so that they could instantly exit in case there's a fire. So they could exit the door right here. And then what we could do here is we don't need this one, but this one is from the up, so let's just leave it like that for now. And then things that I'm gonna add is this one for the washroom, so I'm gonna add, and then the toilet as well, CS on that, and then add it right here. And then we just need to add some details right here so that we have everything added properly. So we could just add it right there, push it right here, and then there we go. And then what we could do is we could add the same row right here. So we could just CS on that, and then keep on adding right here. I just want to add all of this right here, and then we could just add the chairs. We could just add it right here. And then now we could just copy those. So I'm just gonna keep on copying. So make sure to click on multiply. And then we have blackboard right here, and then here let's add the same thing. So I'm gonna add, this is the general managers, so I'm gonna add something like that to indicate there's an L shape. So here I'm just going to align this one so that we have an L shape, and then we could just edit this one. Let's duplicate this and then change this width to probably 2500. So let's just double that, and then align it on the wall. And then here we could grab this one and then add it right here. So the reason that we're adding this one, because this is the general manager's office, and obviously it's bigger than the regular. And then here we could just keep on adding. So as you can see, we're adding it really fast because we're using CS, and then we're just highlighting the positions and then putting it in the same spot. And then in order for us to view it much better, I think it's better if we turn off the underlay. So I'm gonna turn off the underlay and see how it looks. I know you guys are getting confused because of that, but as you can see now, everything looks much better. And then let's not forget that we have more space right here. So I'm gonna go to insert, load family, and then we have more furniture right here, and then we could put tables, and then let's add in a circular. So here we could add this, override CM, and then we could add it right there. And then here we could add back and forth. So we have a training, and then we have something that looks like this. This is for the boardroom. And then we just need to add somewhere right here, and then people right here. And then select this one, move it a little bit, and then mirror draw axis. We could use that so that we don't need to keep on adding. We can also add some TV right here. So let's load those. Go back here under furniture, we have flat screen, click on open, CM, and then let's just add it right here, and then select that. We could change it to the biggest size that we have right here, so at least it will just show that there's a TV right there, and it will look nicer if we add that. And then I believe we have a space right here as well, because we need to add somewhere right here, because we have a lift. So let's go to level 2 again, and then let's turn on the underlay again, so that to see where we're missing. And I believe we just need to add that space there, add this one as well, this door, so that we could access this spot. And then here we could just need to add the same layout, and then we want to make sure that nothing is. Then here just CS and add it there, and then select this one. We could put a cross right there, and then we need some space right here. We need a door as well. The door needs to face like here, so that once they rush, they could just push this one right there. And then here we could just add in some storage. This one can be storage area. It could also be the compressor area. So anything that's mechanical as well, it could be placed right here. So this one, you could just leave it like that. So now let's turn off the underlay again by putting this to none, and then let's basically add the room tag as well, and then add the lifts, stair. This could be corridor, so that make it, this will be training, boardroom, and here actually I think it's better to have this one as a meeting area. So I'm just adding the same thing but changing the things that are added there. And then select all of this again and then mirror this and then add the room tag. We could just put second floor storage. This one I forgot if this is the lift 1, lift 2, and then stairs. So this will be lift 1, lift 2, and then this will be stairs 1, control C, and then control V, so that we could just change it to the number. And then here corridor, and then here training room, and then here we could put the general manager. Meeting room, and then we have boardroom right here, and then we could have our accounting here, or fleet manager, and then we also have washroom right here. Probably 5 or something. And then here we could change this to accounting, so that there's more people there. And office people can just ask instantly if they are able to buy the car, check their credits, and those kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna review what we have right now. I'm going to add in a floor, so let's go to level 2 and then click on floor, and then edit type, duplicate. Let's put this one at, so we could change the material for now. We could put a wood material, and then just pull it up, apply, OK, and then OK, and then select this rectangle, and then let's just add rectangle right here, and then we're just going to extend this or go around here. Trim and extend, type in TR for that, and then we're just trimming around here, and then also right here. Select finish, And then here what we can do is this should be up to level 2 only, but this one, this is up to level 3. It needs to be up to level 2, but right here we need to add, so that's the only problem, is that I added this as level 3, should be up to level 2 for now. Delete rooms, and then we could just add it later on. So 2 to 3 now, CS, and then just add it all the way there. So that's how it should be. So level 2 to level 3, interior wall. I want to double check how it looks. So now it's divided right like that, and then now this one is connected, should be connected. 2 to 3, and then let's see if we could just add the room again, and then here corridor, and then training room. And then we added the floor, so the floor is good. We have the floor there showing. We need to add the glass here, because that's the reason that we have it right there. And then we set up this one is because of the, so click on wall and then drop down curtain wall. We're gonna add a wall right here, a curtain wall right there, and then right here. And then we could add a curtain wall right here as well. Even though this is a training room, at least they could visualize what they're showing there. And then go to modify, cut geometry, select the wall first, and then the curtain wall. And then if we double check, it will look like that. We just need to drop it down a little bit, because we don't want it to be going all the way up there. AL, so that everything is similar height, and right there. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish off the level 2, and as you can see, we added everything, even the room tags and the floor. And if we check our 3D, we already have this. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add in the roof, and then here I want to change this, so I'm gonna cut this one down. So here I just want it to be up to level 2, so we're going to have this one shorten. We're going to delete this. Let's cut this off. So let's go to level 1 again, and then here we need to split element, and then right here, and then we need to select this wall again and then change it to top constraint level 2. And then if we check our 3D, it will look like that. So we will have different elevation right here, and then also on the others. So now what I'm planning to do is we should go back to level 2, and then from here we're going to add our roof, and all of it will be flat roof. So let's go to architecture, click on roof, make sure define slope is unchecked, and then here edit type, duplicate, and then roof number 1. Press OK, edit, change the thickness to 200, and then here we're just going to put asphalt, shingles, press OK, and then OK again. Now let's add in our roof. So all of this will be on the same roof, so we're gonna put it from the inside of the wall, and then here as well will be same, and then also right here will be all the same. And then we could just select this one and then trim and extend, and then trim and extend as well on this area, and then let's click on finish. Here it needs to be just one, so we could just continue and then delete this part, and then we could just add it again right here. But after that, before we click finish, we need to change it to level 3. So click on that, it will be added there. Again, click on roof, same roof, we're going to add it right here. But before you finish, change the base level to level 3, and then click on finish, and then let's look at it. So that's look good. And then here, go back to level 1, and then let's add this one. So let's go and add roof again, and then here it's saying that it's the lowest part, so it needs to be level 2. That's fine, but here I just want to have the level 1 view, but base level is level 2. I just need to have this one so that we could add the inside of this, and then click on finish, and if we check 3D, it will look like that. So what we could do is we could just extend both of this. So we need to top offset 600, and then here we need to select, so highlight everything. This will be just clicking on tab, and it will highlight every exterior wall that we have. And then let's just unhighlight this part, so hold on shift, so do it again, and then just select this one so that it's not included, and then the top offset is 600 again. We need to change this wall. So I'm gonna trim this wall out. So let's go to level 1. What I'm gonna do is we need to trim this out and just add it again. And then let's just add this one, delete instance, and then CS again, and then just add this one right there. We just need to select the wall, CS, and then just add this wall right here. And then we want to make sure that just to connect them like that. And then this one, make sure before you connect it, change this one to have a top offset of 600, and then just connect this one right there, and then change this to interior wall. And then this one should be exterior. And then let's see if everything went up. So that's fine. This one shouldn't have, so 0 on that. And then we need to close this off. And then this one needs to be top offset as well at 600. So everything is connected properly. And I'm just double checking. This one should be 600 to have a parapet. And then let's go back here to the garbage area, and then let's add a roof right here. It will let us know that it needs to be on level 2, which is fine, and then just add it from the inside like that. And then select all of this by using tab, and then top offset is 600 already, so that's fine. And then let's not forget to add the door right here. We added the door for us to have an access here. So that's fine. We can delete this car right now. We don't need it outside. And then here, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to pull it up a little bit, because this is too much on the top. It needs a floor, and then here we could just add it at the top as well. So I'm going to use this to align everything up, so it's not on the floor. So I want to make sure that everything is aligned properly, and there we go. Just subtle enough to have it right there, so that's good. Double checking everything. What I need to do is we need to add something right here, so I'm gonna hide this for now. So select that roof, hide element, hide in view, and then choose element, and we're just simply going to add curtain grid right here. So what I am gonna do is just add it in the midpoint, and then midpoint all the way. So I'm gonna divide it properly like that. And it will be easy as well, because Revit knows what you're trying to do, and it will let you find the midpoint. like what I'm doing right now. Then just adding all of those right there. And let's not forget to add a roof as well onto this top, because this is open at the moment. We could just leave it open like this, but at the same time what we need to do is close this part. So close this area right here. So I'm gonna go to level 1 and let's just close right here only. So add in another roof. Yes, this will be for roof. Edit, duplicate, and I just want it to be the same one but a different material. So something white, laminate. So I'm gonna choose this one, and then let's just add it right here from the inside, and then also right here. And then let's trim and extend. And then TR again, trim and extend right here. And then click finish. And then once we check it, it will look like that. We could just pull this one down. So top offset, if we check the roof, we should put this one base -200. So it will just make it like a box. And if you don't want all of this right here, we could just pull this one down by using top base, but I'll let you guys do that for now. And then once you have all of this right here, I believe I need to close this one as well. So we will do that right here. All of this will have its own, and then I believe this area needs to be closed as well. So the janitor and then the universal washroom right here needs to be closed. And then let's just add mullion. So go to architecture and then mullion, all grid, change this one to 50 by 65 and make sure all grid lines is selected. And then we just need to add all of those, and as you can see, it looks really nice. So you have this overhang right there. And then now we need to add here, go to level 1, and then let's just add the roof again, which is roof number 2. That's for the inside. And then here we could just add this one right there, make sure it's this one, and then base offset -200. Click apply and then click finish, and then check it out. It will be looking like that. So that's fine. And then once you're done, what you need to do is select here, reveal hidden element. We hid this one, this roof. Now we want to show this, so select that again and unhide element, and then close this off. So that's how easy it is to hide something, so that you'll be able to access it easily. And then here we're gonna do it again, select, and then right click, and then just this element. If you select category, so all of this, all the roof will be hidden if you select category. But if you want the element only, so basically that's the only thing that you will hide. So now here, go back to level 1 and go on here on the right side. We will create maybe 2 of them. So select roof again. This will be for roof for level 2, but we need level 1 view, and then here we're going to add this first and then click finish. Again, let's add a roof right here, roof number 2, and then make it rectangle, and then just add it right here, and then click finish, and then check your 3D to double check everything, and make sure that this is -200. And if you don't want this to be shown, what you need to do is select that and click attach to base, and then select the roof. It will disappear. It will basically move to the base of this. It won't delete it, but it will just adjust to the base of the roof. The problem with this is sometimes you need to clean out some of the corners where the junction is, or where it's connected, because right here you still want this one, but you want this one to be disappeared. So now what will happen is it will create this corner right there, which is good, but other problems right here, and then if we do it on the other situation, so let's just hide this for now, sorry, unhide this element, and then let's check this one out. Right click, element, and then here what we could have is, if we do this, it will affect this part. So let's try this one right here. So luckily this one didn't get affected, but sometimes the adjustment won't do good, so you will need to keep on trying. You have to keep on trying. If it's not working out, you need to change the connection of each wall. So I was expecting this one to be will disappear because of that, but I guess sometimes it just works. So right here we can see some of this in the floor, because we have this second floor right here, and then you could use this again. So that's how you clean this and adjust all the walls into the floor. So I'm gonna unhide this again and see where we are. What we could do is we could add our curtain grids right here, because we need to add a door. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna divide this one properly again. So that one is looking good right there, and then we have this one massive, and then I don't like that it's right here. I would like to change that one, so maybe let's do that later on. What we could do is we could go to our south elevation, and unfortunately it's not showing the background. So we're just gonna do that on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe for feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 11 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in today's video, we're gonna continue working on this, especially in the site. So we're going to do the site plan by going to level 1 and adding all the sidewalks, roads, and those kind of stuff. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in another floor. So go to architecture, click on floor, and let's create another floor. We're gonna duplicate this, floor number 3 now, and we're just going to change this. So here we're going to change to concrete. So one of the concrete, just choose one of the concrete right here, pull it up, and then click apply, and then OK, and then OK again. And then after that, I'm going to make this one as the side street or sidewalk. I'm going to put this one right here because we're going to divide this one as a parking spot from outside, and then we're just capitalizing on the space right here, and then here also a sidewalk, and don't worry about the noise, it's just Revit saying it's overlapping, but obviously we're going to fix that. So I'm just estimating it at the moment, and then here we're going to add, so it's around 5,900. So more than enough. And then we're going to add the others as well in front of here, but we're going to trim and extend first. So we're going to delete the ones that are overlapping, and then here we're going to cut this off so that we can trim and extend, and this will be one whole area right here. I want to make sure to pull this one a little bit. I don't want it to be too close for the garage door. And then here we're going to just use fillet arc so that we could just fillet arc some of the areas right here. And then as you can see, we have an extra one right there, and then we're going to fillet arc this one. I'm going to extend this one a little bit so that we could fillet arc this one properly, and obviously we're going to just leave it like that. So I want this first, so let's do click finish, and then here it's saying that we have something right here that is probably overlapping, something right here. So I'm gonna click finish again and then show what's the issue with this. Cannot have overlapping lines, so we need to investigate which is the one that's overlapping. So we need to trim and extend this one, this part. There we go. Let's try it again, and that cleans that up. I just want to double check my 3D, and then here it's just loading. So I was actually noticing that it wasn't recording, so after I finish here I was able to add this one right here. So I'm just going to click on edit and then show you guys what I did. So I added this one. This is around 5700, or yeah, 5720, and then I just round it off right here and then connect it right here. This is actually again 5900 from the size, and then I attach it from here. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention and I maybe mistakenly press the pause button. So here I just doing that cornered here, same thing that goes right here as well, and then the size of this, and then the size of this is around, I'm thinking I did this one around 1300, but it should be actually around 1500, but that's good enough. And then for this one I just extended the same thing as right here, but give it some gap before the overhead door. But this one is around 2000, and then this one is around 1500. So, and then I make this one round. I curve the corners so that it's nicer, and then click finish on that. So we have basically 3 spots to have, and then now we're going to create the overall site or road. And for that one, maybe we could just add some parking around the building and in front of the building as well. So that's good enough, but we're going to just add a big road. So the way that I'm gonna do this is click on road again. We're going to do edit, duplicate this one. This will be floor number 4, edit, and then we're just going to set another concrete material. So I'm just gonna use one of this. I'm gonna pull it up and then click apply and then OK. And then I'm gonna use my rectangle, but we're going to offset this to 200, so negative 200, because we just want it to be below all of this in level 1, so it's not overlapping. Negative 200 because the thickness of our floors right here are 200, and then here we could just extend this one beyond here, and then we could probably put in some grass as well on the side. So here I just want to double check what we're doing. So now every floor, so we could put grass around as well, maybe more of this floor right here in front and on the side, so that we have sidewalks, so that we can showcase all of this. And then some grass part as well. So what I'm gonna do again is go to level 1. So basically this is the whole site for us. Let's add in the same floor. This was level 3 or floor 3, and then we're going to add some sidewalk probably in front. I think that's a good way of putting this. and then extending it right here as well. So don't worry about that. And then we're going to have somewhere right here as well. I'm going to align it, AL, align it right there. And then we could just have one entrance right here. And then what I could do is connect them all together so that it's just a single one right there. And then we could just trim off excess. So we're gonna delete that, delete this, and then it will let us know if we're missing something or we need to delete something. And then I'm actually going to put a hole on those so that we could add in a grass part on this, but I'm still going to curve them off right there. And then right here. And then don't worry about this one, we could just delete that and then trim this off. And then here, it's not something that will be seen anymore, but might as well add it. And then you just need to add, so this area would be all grass. I'm gonna put this one all grass. This one will be grass as well on this side. So I'm gonna put a sidewalk on this, and then a sidewalk on this side as well. And then we're going to connect them together. And then trim and extend them as well, so that they are curved. And then we could just delete this. And I think that's good enough. You can deal with this now. And then I'm just going to just push it right here. And then click finish. Let's look at it at 3D. So this one shouldn't be, so no offset. Okay, so that's good. Edit this boundary so that it covers all of that. And then now we just need to add some grass floor. So go back to floor, and then edit type, duplicate, floor number 5 would be grass. Pull it up, apply, and then OK. This part will be very fast because we already have the line, so we just need to use pick line. And then we just need to pick all of this. And it's a lot faster. Click finish on that first. This one, no offset. And then let's create one right here. So it's just a big rectangle. And then no offset height as well. And then let's look at it again. So in today's video, we're gonna continue working on this, especially in the site. So we're going to do the site plan by going to level 1 and adding all the sidewalks, roads, and those kind of stuff. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in another floor. So go to architecture, click on floor, and let's create another floor. We're gonna duplicate this, floor number 3 now, and we're just going to change this. So here we're going to change to concrete. So one of the concrete, just choose one of the concrete right here, pull it up, and then click apply, and then OK, and then OK again. And then after that, I'm going to make this one as the side street or sidewalk. I'm going to put this one right here because we're going to divide this one as a parking spot from outside, and then we're just capitalizing on the space right here, and then here also a sidewalk, and don't worry about the noise, it's just Revit saying it's overlapping, but obviously we're going to fix that. So I'm just estimating it at the moment, and then here we're going to add, so it's around 5,900. So more than enough. And then we're going to add the others as well in front of here, but we're going to trim and extend first. So we're going to delete the ones that are overlapping, and then here we're going to cut this off so that we can trim and extend, and this will be one whole area right here. I want to make sure to pull this one a little bit. I don't want it to be too close for the garage door. And then here we're going to just use fillet arc so that we could just fillet arc some of the areas right here. And then as you can see, we have an extra one right there, and then we're going to fillet arc this one. I'm going to extend this one a little bit so that we could fillet arc this one properly, and obviously we're going to just leave it like that. So I want this first, so let's do click finish, and then here it's saying that we have something right here that is probably overlapping, something right here. So I'm gonna click finish again and then show what's the issue with this. Cannot have overlapping lines, so we need to investigate which is the one that's overlapping. So we need to trim and extend this one, this part. There we go. Let's try it again, and that cleans that up. I just want to double check my 3D, and then here it's just loading. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the site, and as you can see, we have all of this. We have the sidewalk, and then we made it from floor. And if we go to load family, and then if we go back to the main where we have this site, we'll be able to add in more information actually. So here on parking, we have all of this curb. We also have islands. So if you don't want to create it from floor, you can just insert this parking island, and then we have all of this parking space, ADA, and then we also have pavement stripe. So maybe we could use this one, pavement stripe, CM, and then here we could add all of that right there. So we could basically space it out properly if we want to. The spacing we're looking for is around 2750. I want to space this one 2750, and then we could just select that, copy, and then we could just copy from that part. So we could just copy multiple and then just keep on adding the parking stripes like that. And then what we're gonna use here is this will be for our, so we could use this for our handicap. So we could just space this out like that, and then load family again. Sorry, so delete this. So insert load family, and then we have this symbol. We could add that symbol, CM, and then add it right there. So this one gives us more of this information right there. It's basically adding more of our more detailed to our drawing, and it looks more complete. So 2750, and then let's copy this 2750 again, and then copy it from there. To make it easy for us. And then maybe this last one will be our handicap. And then lastly, we're going to add it, the space bar. Let's add it right here. I'm just going to align it right here. And then this one can be both for handicap as well. So those are the stuff that you can add. You just need to insert it, and then let's try and adding the parking island if you want to. CM, and then we could just add it right here. Maybe we need to extend this bit, or we need to add the other island. Maybe it's slicker. So this one, it's a lot slicker, and then we also have this. So different kinds of island. We have 90 degrees, 80 degree. So you just need to play around with this. And then most of the time we put this one right here and add parking in front and also on the side as well. So I'll leave it up to you guys. You can also add a parking right here. So you could just add this one, all of this, copy that, add it right in front, and then space it out. And then in order to copy a lot of them, you just need to grab this one right here and then just simply keep on adding. And then you could just leave the ones in the corner if you don't want to. And then as well on the side right here, you can also add more if needed. You can also extend this in order for you to be able to add more right here, more parking, because some of the car dealership, they have cars parked around the area, so their stock will be parked around the area, and that will be beneficial. And then here we have those. The next thing is we just need to add the mullion. So click on mullion, click on all grid. We basically finished all of this. We added the doors on the last video. So here we're just adding the grids right there. So everything, we need to delete those mullions below here because those are the doors, and obviously we don't need to have that there for some reason. So we just need to add it again on all of them. I just want to make sure that it didn't double this part. And then let's delete only the one at the bottom. So use your tab and then play around with that. So obviously you don't have it there. And then here we don't want it to be offset, so make it 0 and click apply, then okay. Because for some reason there are offset and you don't want it to be offset actually. So at least that covers that. Delete this. And we're going to delete this one. And that part as well. I might extend this one so that we have parking spot around the front. So that's something that I probably will do. And then here we could just extend this, and then we could extend this one as well, just to be sure that we have enough space later on. And then here, let's just extend all of this. So maybe one car plus the back. Click on finish, and then let's edit this one as well. Select that and then grab it from here, and hopefully everything is good. And then let's pull this one back, make sure the elevation tag is not moved, and then we could maybe just copy that for the front. And then we're going to put in the island in front right here. Maybe we should add in the bigger one, the bigger island, which is right here. And I just want to double check that how it looks. Almost the same look. Maybe we could just edit this so the width can be edited. So I'm just going to roughly double check this one. This is around, so we could set this one to 67,000. So here, edit, duplicate, and then width 67,000 on the other side. And then we could just move this one right here. Maybe a little bit more. 68,000. I think that's good enough. Just to add it right there. And that's how it will look. And then I'm just thinking that we probably need to extend it a little bit more so that we can have two cars can drive right here. So just a little bit more, and then we're good. Maybe around that is good for two cars, and then edit this again. And then I'm just gonna use my arrow key to just nudge it into that area. And then just add it there. So I'm happy with that. And we have enough space to go around here. So now let's go back here into our 3D. I want to make this beautiful for the entrance, so we need to go to our south elevation, and we can tackle both of this. So I'm going to go into my model in place component, drop down model in place, and then choose generic model, and then select the extrusion, pick a plane, and then we're gonna choose this plane, which is the glass. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a square or a rectangle. I'm just going to make this one big enough for the entrance, a L on this so that it goes all the way down, and we could just put this one right there. And then again I'm going to have this one, so maybe we could just offset this one around 600. Let's see if I think that's more than enough, or I think that's too low. Make it 800. Yeah, let's do 800, and then just delete this and pick this one at 800. And then let's trim and extend, and then SL, and then trim and extend on this one. And then click on, before we click on finish, we could put this one on as a metal. So let's do one of the aluminum here. Click apply, OK, and then click finish, and then look at it at 3D first. Expand this somewhere like that, and we're going to sweep this. So what I'm gonna do now next would be going here, sweep void, pick path. I'm gonna select this path, and then from here, as you can see, we have the axis. We're gonna chop off some of this. So once you click finish, select this one again, click on edit, and then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna click this, and we're going to void triangle, at least a triangle right here. And then click finish, and then finish again, and then click cut geometry. Here we just need to edit the void again, edit sweep, edit profile. Because this one was not connected here, that's why it's not showing. So let's expand this big enough, and then click finish, and finish again. Cut geometry, and we have that angle right there. It's simple, but it's subtle. Maybe we could extend it a little bit more. So we could do that. So I believe that will look nice. Edit profile. trim and extend to connect them. This one is really big now. I think that's good enough for me. So that looks nice. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the entrance, and also we finish off by adding on all the grid, all the mullions, and then the curtain grids. Now we're gonna continue working on this. So what I'm planning to do is to add the same one right here, and we're just gonna use copy command, but we need to do something before we could copy it, because you cannot just copy it like what we do on others. It's not, you're not gonna be able to do CS as well, so create similar. So now what I'm gonna do is let's go to our south elevation, and then here we need to move this one right about on this side. So we need to select that panel, drop down, and then we could just put it back to glazed. And then here we could just keep this one, delete this, so delete this one, and then delete the curtain grid. So for this we could just put it to glaze as well. I think it's easier, and then delete this. So now what I'm gonna do is add another curtain grid, and let's delete this one as well, so that we do a complete change on this side. So now click on curtain grid, let's put it in the middle, and at the same time we need to add one segment for this side, maybe around 300 on each side. So that's good enough. And then I'll select let's add mullion first, all grid, select all that. So those have been added. Select on the tab so that you'll be able to delete the mullion. So now let's select the other one, click on tab until you able to select only the mullion, delete that, and then let's add in the door, select, change it to this door, select this one again, and select to the door. And then we need to go back to level 1 in order to change orientation and to flip it. And then now here I'm going to extend this one right about here, and then select this CS, and then add the same one right here, so that we could just pull this one back. Here I'm just going to push this one all the way there, and that's good enough. Let's not forget to add a door here for the entrance as well, and then here as well we need to add a door. So select that, we need to pull it up. Now we want to make sure that we have space here for another door to go out for the entrance. So we're going to add the door there, and to fix the roof, this one as well, let's add that, and give it some space there. And then let's not forget to add the room, and this will be vestibule. Make it capital. Okay, and then go back to 3D. We need to select this roof, edit footprint, and then go back to level 1. Here we need to just extend this, click finish, and then go back to 3D again. We need to change this to edit the footprint, go back to level 1. So we're just doing some adjustments so that everything looks proper, and then some adjustment you just need to do by yourself. But at least we're able to make it look finished enough and good enough. So I'm just extending this right there and then click finish. So now next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna copy this and then add it right here. Like I said, it's not straightforward, but I'm gonna help you guys out and show you. So here you can basically select that, type in CO, or select that copy, move it on the other side first. So it's moved right there. Now what you need to do is select that, because it's a model in place. You need to edit type, and as you can see, there's no pick new face right here. So you need to select that, edit in place. Once you edit in place, you select it again and then pick new. So here we'll be able to pick a new work plane, which is, let's put it into the glass door right there. Select, and then here we need to just adjust. So click finish. Two things that we're gonna adjust is the height of this, and then we need to adjust this this space here, because it's not good enough to have it right there. So we need to go to south elevation and then go here. We want it to be on the top right there, and then move it onto this side. Just good enough. Just put it in the middle right there, and we have enough space to cover that. And then here we need to select all the pavement stripes, select, right click, select all instance visible in the view. After that, go here into your properties, select that, -200. So it will go down, and then, so now it's fixed. We need to go back to level 1 in order for us to fix this side. I'm going to select that, edit boundary, but for now let's go to 3D, select, edit boundary. I'm going to select this one, select, so hold on your control button and then go back to level 1 and then move it with your cursor. So it's just moving that. We just need some space here to go around. Click on finish and then go back to 3D, select all of those, hold on control button and then go back to level 1 and pull it down like that. Go back to 3D in order to see. So for some reason It's not showing at the moment, but we could always work around on those. And then just one more nudge at the top, and I'm good with that. Click on save. And then now we need to add the same thing onto this door. So now we're gonna select that door again, click on copy first, move it on the other side, and then select that again, edit in place, and then select, and then pick new, and then go around here by orbiting, holding on shift, and then selecting this panel right there. Click on finish, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to level 1, and we're going to use section in order to see that properly. I'm just using section, flip it on the other side, and selecting that. And then here we just need to pull it up, good enough space. So here we need to pull it down. So I'm just eyeballing this. I'm not using a line because this is a model in place and it will move as well. So I don't want to ruin the shape and the height. So now we're finished on that. I'm just going to select that again. We could just move this one back like so, and then move this to the vestibule side as we're going to add in a door as well. So select that. Here we're going back to architecture, add in curtain grid. We're gonna put from 1000 at the top, put it in the middle to divide it, and then put in around 400 on each side for this door. And then select mullion, all grid line, and select that again. We want to make sure to delete this one, so click on your tab. Once it's only highlighting this, you can now select and delete. Select and delete. And then here you need to select that and then change it to the curtain panel door. That's under insert and then doors. So after that, go back to level 1 to change orientation. So here we just need to flip this and we're good to go. And then now we could just delete this. We don't need that anymore. Again, let's do this and on this door as well. So add in a section. Let's add a section right there. Just flip it around like that and double click on that. And then we need to click on curtain grid, 1000 from the top. Maybe here we could just do 500 and then 500 on each side. Press escape, click on mullion, all grid, select all that, and then we just forgot to add the one in the middle. And then let's add a mullion as well, and then select the mullion first on the bottom, and then select the glass to make it a door. And then you just need to go back to level 1 in order to flip it to the proper orientation. And then here we just need to grab this one, and then for the side I'll let you guys do it. You just need to do the same thing, section again, and then just put it on this side and this side and flip it around. I'm not gonna do that anymore. That's too much work. I just need to show you guys how you do it so that you'll be able to make everything nice. So here, middle again, and then 500 on each side. And then click on mullion, all grid, select only that part, and then select the panel, change that, and then go to level 1 again, and then just flip that. And then now we could just delete this and then save so that we don't lose anything. And then here, go back to 3D. What I want to do is just select, I want to change the exterior door. So here, let's go to insert, load family, and then go back to doors and commercial. I want to choose the cold room door, click on open, select all of them, or you could just select 900 by 2000. Let's just do that so that it's easier. And then now we need to select the exterior door only. So you can orbit by holding on shift. And then here I'm gonna select and then hold on control. You could do this one at a time if you want. So here on this side, I'm good. So we could just change this to 900 by 2000 single cold door. So that's changed there. So I'm happy on this side now so that we don't lose anything, because you can always do this in one shot, but I rather not, because just one click and you need to do it all over again. So at least here we're being careful and then just selecting and then changing, and then here we just need this one and then change it again. I want to see what kind of material are we using here. So I believe we're just using regular aluminum, and then here we have different ones, but on this one I want to change the material as well. So instead of cherry, I want a metal material. So let's go to our material browser right here, click on right here, and then click on metal, and then we're gonna choose one of this. So aluminum 70 by 75. You can choose whatever you want, but what I'm gonna do is select that, Control C to copy, and then Control V just to add them instantly. As you remember, we have different sizes of door, so we need to go around, and then here we need another one, edit, and then just Control V on them. I just want it to be on metal material, and then click OK, and then just double check on all of them. We just want to make sure that everything is good, and then make sure to keep on saving so that we don't lose anything. So now what we're gonna do is we're going to add some of the modelings. So we're gonna create another model in place, and then here another generic model we're gonna choose. Click on OK, and then OK again, and then we're just going to simply click on extrusion, and then set, and then pick a plane, we could choose this plane now, and then once you choose that, we could use pick line in order for us to just select all of this. And as you can see, I'm doing this one. You can also do on 3D, but we can also do it on the elevation itself. So I believe this is west elevation. So it's, you can make it easier for you guys. But I just wanted to see it by myself. And then here, what I'm gonna do is select that and then create a line again right there. And then we need to trim this. So TR trim and extend, and then TR right here again, and then TR on this. There we go. So now I just created something right here. You want to make sure that we change the material, and then we need to make it consistent on all of them. Let's use copper for this, or something that we haven't used yet. Copper patina. Let's use this. And then I'm gonna copy Control C here so that we could use it again. And then here we could just do, or I think around 50, but we're gonna double check. So here, let's go back to 3D and see how it looks. I want to do more, so maybe 150, and see how it looks first. I think we could do better. 250 I think is good enough. Yeah, okay, let's do 250, and then let's do it on the other side as well. Extrusion, set, pick plane, and then let's use this wall, and then we could go to south elevation, and then finalize this side. We could use rectangle, and then 250 as well. Let's be consistent, then click finish and look at it at 3D first and visualize everything. So here the corner is good, and then maybe we just need to add one more on this side, only on this side, and let's create something like this as well up to here so that it looks much better. So now I'm gonna do is create extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then we're going to select this one right here. Unfortunately, if we put it on east elevation, we're not be able to see that because of this building. So what we need to do is we just need to use this one right there, and let's just add it right about here. And then click on finish. We're going to extend this one for sure, but here I'm going to align this so that we have the same height on the other side. This one we could just align it AL here up to there, so everything is looking good, and then click on finish. So now we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to start modeling this. We added this one into the wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this, and then we're gonna add it on this side now. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this CS. It will be generic model again, and we're going to zoom in and add it onto this wall right here. So create, extrusion, set, and then pick a plane, and let's add it on this plane first, and then after that we could just select this and add it right here onto the corner. I'm going to extend it a little bit because I want to have the same look with this right here. So I'm just going to add it a little bit right here onto this side. So I'm going to add this one right there, and so that it's easier to trim and extend. So TR, trim and extend on that side and to the side. And then click on finish, maintain the 250 and the copper patina material. And then after that, AL, let's align, and then I'm going to align it onto this. And even though it's overlapping, that doesn't matter. That's still going to be good. And then now we're gonna do it on this side. So without clicking finish, create, extrusion, set this one, pick a plane, and then we're gonna select it on this plane. Select rectangle. This one's easy because we just need to add it there and add it onto this corner right here. And then we could actually just move it. So you could go to your south elevation if you're having a hard time checking it or seeing it. And then after that, we could add 200 on this side. Align this one right here, and then maybe we could just add 200 there, or we're just gonna leave it like that for now because we could just align it later on. So click finish, go to 3D again, and then create, extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then let's add this one right here. Select the rectangle. Now we could go to our west elevation, or sorry, east elevation for that, and then select here, pick this one right here, and then we're going to align that later on, and then have this one right here. Don't worry about the overlapping, we're gonna fix that now. So trim and extend, trim and extend. And then click finish, go to 3D, align it from this one, and then maybe we could just push it all the way here onto this side right here. And then here we could just align this one right there. And then now we could just click on finish. And then lastly, let's just add it right here. Select that, CS, create similar, generic model, and then just add this one right on this side. So we need to select create, select extrusion, set this one, pick a plane, and then let's pick this plane and go to ease elevation and just add it right here. What we could do is add some space right here on this side. The reason for that, so that it doesn't look boring on this side. And then we could just trim and extend right there, and then select that, delete, trim and extend on this side, this one, and then delete both of this. Click finish first, go back to 3D, and then align it to the same height right there. So everything is consistent with the height and the look. And maybe we could add one right here as well with the same height. I just wanted to at least have that curve there. So what I'm gonna do is select create again and then set this one on this side. Select here rectangle and easily add that one right there with the same line as well, and just add it like that. Click on finish, and then we have our finish right here. Make sure to keep on saving. So next thing we're gonna do is actually we're going to add in some extrusion. um, it's basically a sunshade, but we're gonna use extrusion and then add it around this. So we're going to do is we're going to have level, go to level number 1, and then click on model, architecture, component, model in place, drop down, and then here generic model, press OK, and then we're going to add it around it so it looks much better. So here I'm just going to click on extrusion right there. In terms of the size, let's just put it at 50 for now, so the thickness, and change the material. And then we're gonna do this all the way around, and then we need to put this one to a metal material again. Let's use platinum, apply OK, and then now we need to use rectangle and then add it right about here from the wall or the window. So make sure outside the window you're adding it, and then here again outside the window you're adding, and maybe we could just add it like that for now. In terms of thickness, we need to fix that. We need to be consistent, so here maybe around 200 is good enough. And then 200 again to be consistent, and then click on finish, and then let's look at it at 3D. If not, let's go to south elevation. I think if we go to south elevation, it's easier to see and it's easier to change. So here I'm just adding that one at the specific level. So here I'm just adding it like that, and I'm just eyeballing the thickness. I just want it to be looking like that. Probably start around here. Sunshade, something like that. And then after that, we could array this. So click on array, and then let's add probably maybe 4, or maybe let's make it 6, and then click on last, and then select that, and then maybe we could just add not the group right here, but leave the constraint so it's not letting me going under. I want to actually make this one. So instead, what we're gonna do, so we're not gonna use array anymore because it's constrained to that level. What we could do is just create a copy and then manually add it going down. Maybe every 200, similar to that. So multiply, select that. I think that's good enough. If we check it into our 3D, I want to see how it looks. So here in 3D, it looks amazing like that. So something to add on. And what I'm gonna do is, let's add it right here as well. So we're going to extend this one. So here, instead of this one getting extend, I'm going to extend the other one. AL, and by extending that, it can grab onto this side. So if we go to south elevation, we'll be able to extend all of them onto this side. And then that one, we're going to add on this side as well. I want to double check if we have the correct line there. So it will be correct on this side as well. I'm thinking of just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 is actually good enough. Even though it's overlapping here, I think that's good enough size, and it's not too much. So it's still having that. So now let's go and add it on the other side right here. Same thing. So let's select that CS. So we're gonna select it onto 3D, CS, um, generic model, and then go back to level 1, and then create extrusion. It just copied the platinum, and then here let's add the same thing. Make sure it's just like that. We're gonna add it on this side as well, and the maybe on this side. Make sure it's 200 to be consistent. Let's be consistent to all of them. Then let's trim this out, trim and extend. and then delete this. We don't need that, and delete this as one. Now trim and extend right here. Trim and extend right here as well. Delete that one there, and then make sure this is 200, and then delete this one as well. Now let's go to south elevation, click on finish, pull it up. Same thing, let's select, or let's align it on this one at the top there, and then the thickness to be consistent. And then after that, select that, and then let's copy, and then here uncheck constraint, and then 200. Let's see if everything is aligned. AL, so it's actually aligned on everything. Okay, that's good. Just double checking. Copy it again from here to be consistent. And then here, let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I believe because this one is a little bit lower than this, that's why it's like that. So maybe we need to lower this one a little bit down to be consistent with this, because as you can see, this one as well, it's lower. And then let's do it on the other side. So I just want to double check it again. So in the front, and then now right here as well. So this is the service, this is the used car, and then this is where you buy the new car. And then I'm just double checking everything right here, and then let's go to level 1 again and add it on this side. I believe for this side, I just want to double check, it's only at the top right here, so it's very easy, only in the front. So now let's do it again. Model in place, generic model, because this is the last one, it maintains the same information. We need to it's already set on the level, it's basically level 1, so work plane level 1, that's fine. And then here it's just in the front, the thickness, change it to 200. And then I believe this is east elevation, click on finish, and then let's align this one onto this top right here, and then align it from below here. There we go. After that, grab it, copy, remove the constraint, and then put it at 200. And then after that, select that again, copy it from the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have it right there. Click on finish, and let's double check it again to see how it looks. So that's fine right there, fine, and then fine. And then before we finish, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to select this one, and then edit type, duplicate, and I just want an exterior wall number 2 with a different material. Let's add in a metal material, and I'm gonna add a metal panel there. So I'm just gonna so maybe this one, metal panel. Apply, OK, and then OK again. So this one is a metal panel, and then let's add this one as well for that. So exterior wall number 2 for those, and then let's go to south elevation. I want to add a model text. So here I'm going to pick a plane. I'm going to select this one and then edit text. This will be service drive through. I'm just gonna copy that. Okay, and then we're just going to add something like that. In terms of here, I'm gonna change the material again to another metal. Let's add something that we haven't added yet. So make sure that it's different. Go back to 3D to double check on that, and then we need to see if the thickness is good enough. So the depth is 150. I believe that's too much, so let's just put it at 100. And then in terms of the logo, don't worry, we have a logo that we're not gonna do here anymore, but it's already available. It's a SketchUp logo, so in Twinmotion we just need to apply it at the top right here on both top, and then we're good to go. Maybe here I'm going to copy this as well, CO, and then select that, and then pick new, and then let's add it right here. And then this one we could go to, I believe, east elevation, and then we could just put service and parts. So that's looking good right there, and I'm happy with what we accomplished here. So we're going to leave it like this for now. Maybe I am just going to push this one all the way right here so that it's still looking good. And then, yeah, let's stop it for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the sunshade, and then now we're gonna continue working on this. First, let's go to insert, load family, and go back to the main, and let's look for site, go to parking, or let's go back to accessory, and let's add this bollard. So here, let's go to level 1 and then type in CM, and we're just going to simply add the bollard right here. So we're going to add bollard right across here. So copy and then multiple, and let's just add it right here and then right there. So adding those details, at least we're going to add it here as well. Right there. And then I believe that's good enough. So let's look at it at 3D to see what we've done. So adding those bollard, it looks nice there. And then I'm just looking around to see what else can we do. I believe we're done with this. Let's just add in a logo stand here. So at least let's add it here in front. I'm gonna go to level 1 and then go back to architecture, click on that, model in place, and then generic model. And then we're just gonna simply add a signage. So extrusion, pick rectangle, and then change this up. So we're going to change this to metal again. Just adding random metals. And then here we could just add a signage this big. Click on finish. And then let's look at it at 3D. And then in terms of the logo, we're going to change that later on. So here it's not visible. Let's make this one 600 in height. And then I made a mistake. Instead of that, I want it here instead. And then we're going to pull this one on top. So I'm just gonna leave it like that. I believe we could just put this one later on. Once we're in Twinmotion, we're going to basically add the same signage as we are there, and then we could check how tall it is in front. Let's put this one right about here so that we could just see it in front of the signage. And then go to south elevation. I'll see this one. I made a mistake on that. I'm just gonna undo so that it doesn't remove the south elevation, and we're still going to be able to see it because I just want to see it in front. I believe the signage should be right here. It's not showing, but that's fine. We could just assume the height like that. Let's just pull it down a little bit, and then I'm good with that. If we go to south elevation, we can see how this one looks like. So now that we're done with this one, what we could do now is create a view. So let's go to view, or let's just add a camera view for now, and then we're going to create our sheet. So here we could just add this, and then we can have our signage in front, make it fine, ray traced. So I just put it in realistic, and that looks really nice. And then obviously we're going to add background, some trees at the side here. So I'm happy with this shot. What we could do is we could also render this. So if you want to render it, you just need to go to view, click on render, and let's just create a draft. This is the different settings that you can create. Obviously the best will be, it will take so much time. If we're gonna do draft, we're gonna see how the draft looks like. It's just small pixelated, but it's still good enough to view. So it will trigger like that. You can save it to the project, so it will have a rendering right here once I press OK, and there your project is. And then you can export this as well. I'm gonna export this to my file, and then after that we're gonna create our sheets. So let's go back to level 1 for now, and then here we need to start adding sheets. So right here on sheets, right click, new sheet. You can load more if you want. So here you can load different sizes. We have a title block here, and then you can select one of the sizes right here. So it's up to you to choose which one do you want, but we already have A0, so I'm gonna just stick with that. So click on OK, and then now we have a sheet right here. It will start with A0101, and then you could change that, and then basically Revit will recognize if you change this to 100, the next one is 101, so on and so forth. It will be consistent on that. So I'm just gonna leave it like that, and then I'm gonna keep on clicking here, right click, new sheet. Let's create at least 4 or 5 new sheets. And then after that you can double click here if you want and change it from here. So here we could just change this to be our cover sheet, and then here if you double click and click again with a gap, you can change it from here, and then we'll be able to put first floor, and then we also have second floor, and then we have elevation, and then obviously we have another elevation. So we need to just create another sheet. So right click on that, and then another elevation. So press OK, and then here what we could do is we could add in our rendering. So let's go to cover sheet. Let's close inactive, and let's just start with this, and then we have a rendering right here. In terms of here, once we add the rendering, let's see if we'll be able to change this, which we can by double clicking on that. Because this is a rendering, we'll be able to maximize this, the height and the size of the image. Cover, we could just do the rendering like that, and then click around here. So you'll be able to change that. Select that image again. Select this image, and then here go down, no title, so that we don't have the title there anymore. And then obviously this is just a draft, and we're gonna change um, the materials and Twinmotion. And then you could use your arrow key to change it around. And then we need to create our schedule, our sheet list. So go to schedule, right click on that, and then new sheet list. And then let's go down here. We need to add the number first, and then we need to add the sheet name. And then after that, press OK. It will create. Go back here, go to drop down here, click the plus button, and then we need to just add this one right here. And then obviously press escape. You can make it bigger if you want to by resizing those. So drawing list we have right there, so we're good with the drawing list. And then after that, go to first floor. If we add, it's basically drag and drop level 1 right here. We could also actually create a site plan first. So here, instead of first floor, because knowing that we have a site plan, we have a site created, we could add another sheet for site plan. And then here, what we could do is we could put the site plan right here. Usually site plan should be in the front, but what if we could put this one to 7? This one should be, so let's put this one first to 100, and then let's just change it all up. So I'm just going to move the numbering so that we could accommodate the site plan. 2, then here we have 3, 4, sorry. Three, and then we have 2 here, 102. And then let's add the site. So basically we have this one right here. I know it's too big for now, so we need to go back to site. So the site is always going to be default. It's always going to be the overall, so you don't need to worry about that. Here we need to change it to 1:50, so it's a lot smaller. And then here we need to check all of this first, and then here we need to select this and then move this one going there so that to size it, in order to size it properly. And then you can uncheck that, or you could just leave it like that. Doesn't matter, it will still work. Here I believe we need to make this one 1:200 instead, so that it will fit. And then let's see, it's still a lot big, so let's create our own custom. So there's no 250, click on custom, put the ratio to 50, display the name as well. So 250, now it's a lot manageable. We just need to go back to site and then check this, and then move this one right about there, and then right there. If you don't want your elevation tag, you need to type in VG, and then here under model elevation, you need to uncheck that, or annotation categories, elevation, go to E, type on E, elevation, uncheck that. And then there you go. It's a lot cleaner now. And then we just need to put this one right here in the middle or in the corner or whatever. You can put it right here in the middle. And then we need to just fix this one, press escape, select this one, and then move it by itself. Select this one again so that this one will need to be changed. I want to put site plan. I don't want to change this name, but I just want to change this one. So site plan, and then press apply. Select here, click apply, and then there we go. Site plan, select this one again, the view, and then to change the this one. Now we're done with site plan, knowing that we need to change it to 1:50, but obviously it's a lot smaller because this is with the site plan. So go to first floor. Before we drop down level 1, what we need to do is change this to 1:200, and then check all of this, and then grab this one or grab this one, and then move this one close enough to those. And then in order for this one to be removed, we could just do remove floor. Let's remove the floor, or you could just hide it by itself. If we remove the floor, it doesn't look good. So now maybe this one, just select this one and this side. So just removing the floor, right click, let's just hide it, hide element. So now only the floors right here will be shown, or the floor plan only. And then this one still be showing. So those are a couple of ways to clean up your drawings. And then after that, let's drop it there. So here, select that, drag and drop. As you can see, 1:200 is more than enough, so I'm gonna be happy with that. Same thing, I don't want to change the name right here, but I just want it to be changed on the drawing. So you just need to select that one. Here, title on the sheet, first floor. Click here first before clicking apply, or else it will disappear. Select the view again, and then change this. You can slide the title line there. And then let's go back to level 2. And then here, same thing. Change it to 1:200. Check all of this. Move this one all the way there to fix it up. It's up to you to uncheck this if you want. If you don't uncheck that, that's fine as well. It's not going to be shown, even though there's a view here. It's not going to be shown on the PDF. So now let's go back to second floor, and then drag and drop that. Select it in the middle, and then here select this, and then change it again. Here, second floor. I always forget about this. select it here first before applying. It's always, once you apply it again, it's gonna disappear. So that's the issue with that. So this one's good. We have open below, and then we have some stuff right here. We could just quickly go here and then just put this one right here so that everything looks proper. And then now elevation, let's check the east elevation first, how big it is. So as you can see, it's really big. Don't put it yet. Let's go back here and put it to 1:200, and then go back to elevation and then try and adding it first. And as you can see, this is good enough size, but we need to resize this as well. So we need to view the only things that we want to show. So here what we could do is uncheck all of this under properties. So check all of this, extend, crop view, crop region visible, annotation crop, click apply. And then now the box will be able to drag all of this to fix it there. But this one looks boring, so we could change this to fine, and then change it to shaded or whatever you want. You can also put it in hidden line and then go to graphic display. Once you're in graphic display, what you can do is change this one to gradient, and then it will look nice. And then maybe you could just put shade right there so it looks nicer. So before I put all the elevation, I'm going to go to each and every one of them, change their scale, and then crop them properly, size them so that other views are not needed. You can just remove that. Change this to fine, shaded, graphic display option, click here in the background, and then gradient. There we go, that's done. So it's easier for us to just drag and drop everything. Make sure you're saving it, click on all of them, and then change this to fine, shaded, and then go back so that we have a background of gradient, and there you go. So that our background or a view there is not boring, plus at least you'll be able to showcase those. I'm always like leaving the signage there. That's fine, it's part of the building, so I am usually just putting it right there. And then now we're ready to go back to the sheet and then start dragging and drop. There we go. Click here. We need south elevation, and then we need west elevation. And then everything is already fixed, so I'm happy with that. So now make sure to save it. You can click on print and then select your printer, and then here what you need to do is select selected views, and you always want to go back here to combine multiple so that everything is merged in one package, unless you want it to be printed individually as PDF. So here I'm just selecting that. Select again here, uncheck this view, and then check all for all of this. If you want to save this preset, save as, you can put full set. So it's a good idea to create those, because sometimes if you have permit, you have addendums, tenders, and you only want to select, for example, site plan and elevation and the changes you made, you could set those ones so that you could instantly print it automatically without unchecking or checking everything again. So here, that's a good way of saving that. So now every time I want to print a full set, I just need to go down here and select full set, and then everything is done for me. And then here I just need to click on OK and then print it. And then once it's ready, it will look like this. So this is the rendering that we did using draft. It's very simple and easy. And then we have our sheet list right here. Even when if this one occur, you can actually just I'm gonna show you guys in Revit later on, so that it will fix the sequencing. And then let's go here. We have our site plan right here. We have first floor, second floor, and then we have our elevation. And then before we finish, let's check out how to fix that schedule. So here, we're here on the site plan. We need to fix this one. So I believe it's in the field sorting, and then sheet number. And then now this one is fixed. And then also, before we finish, let's go to our, I believe, manage, and then starting view. I always want my starting view to be the 3D view that we created. So press OK. What I'm saying is this one. That will be always our starting. So every time I open this, it will look like that. So this one. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 16 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to finish our project right here. So now we could continue this to Twinmotion. But before we continue into Twinmotion, we need to put this back to our hidden line, and then make sure this is in fine in order to show everything. And then after that, click on save again. We might go back here just to change or to delete all the cars, because we're gonna add the cars from Twinmotion. If not, we're going to just replace it in Twinmotion. So let me go to Twinmotion plugin and then click on see in Twinmotion. So it will synchronize, and once it's done, um, we're going to be back. So once it's finished synchronizing, we have this one right here. You can change the speed to 5 so that it's easy to maneuver, and our shot will be like that there. And then here, before we do anything else, let's save this one. So go to file and then save as. So just save it to the location that you want to, and then I put Hyundai car dealership. And then after that, we can start adding materials. And then let's click here under burger menu, and let's sign in to Twinmotion. So sign into Epic Games. So once you sign into your Twinmotion or Epic Games account, now we could go here and go to this arrow menu and click on material. Let's change the glass first. So I'm gonna select this glass and then change the opacity and then the color to around blackish, like that. And if you notice, instantly it got changed. All of the cars has been changed here, so that's fine. I like it because we don't need to go around anymore and changing that. The only problem with this one is sticking out, so that's the problem. But everything else looks good. We just need to basically maneuver all of those. The only problem is that it's Revit based, so in order for us to move it, we need to move it from Revit first. So as you can see, we don't have any of the, it's basically grayed out. We don't have any function on moving those. So that's what I'm going to do probably. And as you can see, this one is being changed and like that. So probably I'm just gonna delete this, and then probably just move some of them out. We just need to clean some stuff out right here. So let me go back here, level 1. Here, under here, we could just delete this. Delete that. Move this one a little bit there. Move this one up like that. Just give it some space now. Okay, so once you're good with that, save it again. Go back to 3D, see in Twinmotion, and then make it large enough, and we're good with that. I'm going to select this one right here, and then I'm just double checking if it maintains. So I'm going to change the opacity a little bit and make it a little bit dark. So I'm happy with what we have done here. First thing is, let's change the material of this one, the mullion. Let's make it a little bit, oh, let's make it dark. I think the darkness, or let's just leave it at aluminum, because we're going to have dark grayish metal panels right here and then here as well. So here under material, go to metal. We have a metal panel, aluminum panel right here. We need to view the scale of that. So this one, let's make it a little bit bigger and then change the material, or let's change it to this one, so grayish, like that. And then the reflection, we need to heighten it around 60%. I'm happy with 60%. And then I just want to double check if we have the arcing stripe. We could just make this one yellow, like that. And then this one, we forgot to put this one down. So I might need to go back to Revit just to change that. So I'm gonna save this first and then click on Revit, and then here we need to select that, right click, select invisible, view, and then -200 as well. After that, save, and then see in Twinmotion again. So at least now it's below there, and then we could just change the material or put the same material, parking stripe. So now everything looks proper. I think it's easier to put the parking strip in Revit instead in Twinmotion. So as you can see, it's really right there instantly, and then you'll be able to select. Even the rollers is good as well. In terms of this material, I believe it needs to be metal, and then this one should be metal as well. Let's go to setting, make it metalness on, and then you need to change it to lighter one. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select that one. I want it to be same look or same metalness there, and then reflection, change it. It's a metal, so there's reflection in it, and then just a little bit dark. You just want it to be like that, and then here as well, reflection probably 75. Or not 70, actually 60 is good enough. I believe 70 is too much. And then here we want metal panel as well, but different shade of gray. We're going to scale this one as well, make it 15. So metal as well, and then let's change this one to gray and then darker, like that. For this one, maybe I like the metalness of this, the color, and then we could just leave it like that. We might change the way it looks, this one. So that's all over there, but here Hyundai has a different material for this. It needs to be that wavy look. I believe we have something that looks like that here. I believe in plastic, and then we could just change it afterward. Actually, it's around in the roof. It's not the same 100% look, but it's close enough that I don't want to bother myself too much on that. Here, what we could scale it bigger and then put it in 45 degree, because that's how it looks there. And then we need to scale it up, so probably 20 or more. I'm just going to their site and checking how it looks from there. I think 30 or 40. Let's check this one out, and then I want the same material with this, sorry, same look instead of the color. There we go, because this one is a bit like that. 90, 89, 91. '90, 89, 91. So that's how you change it a bit. And this one is just a little bit like that. Okay. I'm going to add the same material right here on what we have right here. I'm going to add this right about there. So that's good enough. And then here, I want some metal as well. So let's add a metal finish. Let's add chrome, and then the chrome will be grayish. Let's make this one black actually. I think it looks really nice with black. Yes, black, and then reflection. Make it around 60 as well. Let's make it a little bit light. And that looks good. I'm happy with what we have here. And then we're going to change some of the ground. So let's go to ground, materials, ground, and then man-made. And then all of this will be concrete. So let's put this one concrete, number 3, this one number 1, and this will be number 2. So everything is concrete. We also have number 4 right here that we could add if we have a different one again. But so far everything is looking good. Let's just change this one. Let's see how it looks. I think we already turned on the metalness, so I'm happy with that. And then let's go import the logo. I'm gonna open it, and then I just put it here. And then also I'm gonna include this to part 1 um, uh, description, and then this will be the third link. So don't worry, I'm going to provide this one. And then we just need to look for that. I believe we need to go right here, select that, and then zoom to selected or selection. Click on tab, and then we need to remove it from here. Right now it's located right here. What we could do is we could change the material first and then make it as our own. So I'm gonna show you how to do that. I'm gonna put silver first just to change it, and then go here under Hyundai, right click, and then add to user library. So once you add it to the user library, go back here, user library, and then it's going to be all the way down. So now we need to delete this first, and then we could just, and then I'm probably gonna delete some of this right here once I go to Revit again, and then here we could just add it now, and then as you can see I was able to add it. I'm gonna do that. And then we just need to add it to the wall and make it bigger. So select that, pull this one down, select that. We'll be able to change the size. Let's put it in 3 on all of this side. XYZ 3. So I believe 3 is good enough, good size. I'm gonna put it right here and then right there, or we could put it on this side. So I'm gonna undo that and then grab it from here. I believe that is the side for that. So we have the Hyundai logo, and then we're going to create a copy. Hold on shift, pull it right there, and then we're going to add it onto this side. There, and then move it onto this side right here. I want to make sure that it's there, and then let's add a smaller one onto this side. So create a copy, hold on shift, and then put it onto this wall. Into this wall I'm going to select this finish right here, and then we're going to just add it on this side. That's good enough for me. And then rotate this one 90, and then we need to just add it first in the wall and then scale it. There we go. And then tab, and then change this to 0.5 on all, on XYZ. Then I think that's good enough size, and then I just need to put this one right here and on the other side, and then hold on shift, push it there, and then just rotate this one. $180, and then just put this one right about there and just push it to the wall. There we go. And now it looks like this. Looks much proper, and everything looks good. And then before we finish, I just want to save it and then go back to Revit, and we just want to delete the one right here at the back because it's sticking out. Or if not, we could just push it forward. Hopefully it doesn't stick out. If it does, we just need to keep on pushing or delete it completely. This one we could just put it right here, and then save it again. Go back to 3D, see in Twinmotion, and hopefully everything works except for one. Go back again, This one is for the car wash, so I could just delete this and then save and see in Twinmotion. So that looks good, and I'm happy with what we have here, what we accomplished. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this car dealership. Let's get started. So in the last video, we already started adding materials. We imported this from Revit to Twinmotion, and then now we can go and add more in terms of materials. We're gonna set up the light and everything else. So here, let's go around here on the setting. Let's go to camera, and you always want to change this one to turn on parallelism, and then here location. You could check your background. If you want the city, that's fine. I believe yeah, let's leave the city for now, because obviously car dealership are mostly in the city. And then here background, that's fine. Lighting, let's go check here. You want it to be background HDRI. So let's try and change that. And as you can see, we have this one, it's too small for this size. Skylight, let's try and change this to skylight instead. And that one looking good. I believe this one should be lowered as well. I just noticed that is floating, so we need to save this one again and go to Revit, and then just click on that, -200, save, and then go back, 3D, see in Twinmotion. So now it's below there. We could select this. We could add actually. So we're just setting all this one. That's fine now. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to isolate all the grass, and then this one I'm gonna isolate this. I want to select this one, and then, or what you could do is just select that, and then here right click, isolate on and off. So only on this part now. Go to context, vegetation paint, and then let's go and add grass, and then we could add in long grass for now. Select on that so that to change density, so how bushy it is. Select this to change diameter, but let's just keep it on this. So far everything is working, and then here we could just make it big enough so that it covers, and then you could just do one pass. So I'm happy with that, and this is something that nobody's gonna see anyway. So once you do that, press escape, you can select this and then right click, isolate off this one as well. You can isolate this. Let's go and turn that on, off. Vegetation, click on grass, go to context first, vegetation paint. And then here we can put lawn, and then select that, change density, select that again to change diameter. And in order for you to add it instantly, I don't want to go over it, but as you can see, it's not something that you can handle properly, or it's hard to handle. So I'm just gently adding it, especially on this island, because this is something that will be viewed, will be seen. And then that's the reason why I put lawn. So the nicest grass. So I'm adding it gently right there. You might be able to put it big enough. There we go. And then select this one again to turn that off, the isolation. Change it to speed, so number 4. And then we could just select this one again, isolate, go back here, and then add the long grass under vegetation paint. And then change, select that, and we can make it bigger so that it's just one pass. Press escape, and then select this one, and then turn that off, the isolation. And then here we do is our view. I want to make sure that this is not just floating. Everything is looking good. And then we could have this view right here, covering all of this side. And then we could have something like here as well. So in order for us to see much better the design, and then we need to add more cars right here. So this is the only time we're adding cars again, because we were able to just let this one be added, and that's the only thing that we need to add again and again. In terms of orientation, it's up to you. I'm just trying to change it a bit. And We just want everything to look full and populated. And of course, different cars and different colors needs to have different colors. So we're going to handle that. Select that, hold on shift, and then change the material. This one should be dark blue. It's fine there. Just change the color. We can turn it 180 and then change it to red. And then let's add a couple of cars right here. Vans. And then add it right here. I'm basically just holding on let's add in a van right there. This one right here. And let's double check. Then 180. Let's put white blue. So I'm just populating this. I know it's taking a while, but we need to do this so that it looks much better and looks populated. It's not a boring site. So like just having like that, that's good enough. And then we're going to add some buildings at the back just to give it some shades and some population. And then now we could add some trees. We can add some trees. And by just adding those trees, it looks much better. And then we're going to add a tree right here as well. This kind of tree is not something that will change our vision. It's very subtle, so just adding it right here. And then now bigger trees for this side. and just add it around here. And why not just add it multiple? So we could add bigger trees and nicer. Select all of this, density up, pick this one, and then just add a big chunk of that around here. And then let's just delete this part right there. That's too much. And then here the bounce of the reflection will be very nice in terms of that. So we will have something that looks like that. And then now user library, you have some buildings that you could add. I'm gonna add something right here, very small one at the front there, big ones at the back. And this one is just to populate the area. So let's go back here. I don't like the flicking, so I'm gonna select that and drop it a little bit. And then one probably right here in the front, so that it can create that view. So the building is for just for the background. And that looks really good. We're gonna change the view right here, weather. Let's make it wet a little bit. And then we need lighting, skyline. We need to change this one a little bit. So for the background building, what you could do is you could go to 3D warehouse, search for modern building, and you're probably gonna see one of those. And you could just add it so that you have the same one, and yeah, that's about it. And then let's just change the sky. We don't want noon. We might go back here, HDI environment, sky, Let's go sky right here. Let's go to noon, cloudy, and then let's add this one. There we go. That's how it looks. You can rotate it if you want. But this one looks really nice. I kind of like this one. At least it's still visible right there. I just want to see how it looks. It looks like that. And then obviously we're going to intensify the look. So intensity probably 3, and then exposure like that, and then ambient. So that those are the stuff that we need to change once we're um, in the picture. So let's just leave that one at number 1. After this, go here and then change it like that. We could just undo that first, and then let's just take an image. We have the image right here. I'm gonna change the speed. I'm gonna add in more information here, probably some cars onto this side. I think that's good. I think by adding those, it will look much better. So I'm gonna take an image right here and then change the speed again and add somewhere right here. Image. Let's make this one small a bit. So let's make some of this small, but we still have some. This is just for image purpose, so that everything looks good in image and nothing is disrupting the view. Here we could just change it a bit. We can do that. That looks good. Click on that. Change the speed. We need a front shot right there. We can move this car onto this side. And maybe something like that, and move the cars around. I just want a view with the grass as well. change the speed, and with something that looks like this is good enough for me. Something like this. And take an image again. Create an image. So 1, 2, maybe this one is much better. Right there. 2, and then 3. And then let's look for other image view. I think this one is good enough as well. And then, like I said, I want some cars on this side. So let's add some cars. Needs to be facing on this side. So we need something that faces right here. Then let's add it right there. And then just fix this one a little bit, pushing it right there on the curb. And then there we go. So we're gonna stop here for now, and I believe this is done already. Obviously you just need to set everything, take a picture, take a video, and everything is good. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.